sitting out there. He's wanting to go for a ride. Somebody go out there and turn that motor off before he hurts himself.
Well, look at me. Look at me. Whoa. Well, looks like Tuesday is starting off clear sky. The light is, I can see the sunshine on top of the trees out to the west. So I know it'll be coming over the ridge here probably pretty soon. It's only a little half past the hour and a few minutes more. Half past the 7 o'clock mark. And we're going to today talk about your favorite subject. Whatever your favorite subject is, we won't know till you start talking. I got my little spider web hanging all over here. And I'm the big daddy, Black Widow. I'm the Black Widow, the Black Widow. Hello, I'm the Black Widow. I'm looking for a young 70-year-old woman that can cook and wash clothes and make beds and she's got to be. I mean, I want her to be mature, and she's got to have both of her hips and knees. I don't want somebody that uh, had just got their knees replaced or hips and nothing like that. I see somebody showed up already. Oh, it's Dave, my buddy Dave. Hey, Black Widow, post this link, please. I will. Let me get it up here. Let me invite you. So, well, I'll get my link up here. And come on, buddy. I got it copied there. I did hit the copy. Copy. Now I'll put this down here. Sometimes things just don't work. But they're working this morning. Now here's my link. And once you get in here, you'll be able to give me a link. There you go. Hey, there's my buddy. Let me get two before. Get him away. Give him my eye opener. Me and him going to split a two before. Rod B, look at that right here. Somebody push on that link over there. Come on, don't be shy. I posted a link right there. Just touch it. Oh, I hear somebody. My buddy Dave right off the bat. Oh, look at you.
Oh, look at you. You were looking for a 74-year-old woman, eh?
Well, yeah, I don't want her to be any older than 74. I don't want some old lady,
Can she ride a motorcycle?
Oh, hell, she's got to have her own motorcycle and her boat fishing boat.
I'll throw this over to her then, and she can look you up and down, and if she likes the cut of your jib, you're in.
She got to have a lot of these, Dave. She's got to have a lot of these. I'm a high maintenance boy right here. She's got to have a lot of these.
Well, she's got a lot. She's rich. She's rich, Mac.
Sound like you got myself the right woman out there. She's rich.
She's rich in warmth, hugs, and loves, and abating your loneliness.
She's got my heart already.
But she is a pensioner. Poor as fuck.
I was trying to get somebody to help me with my financial condition.
Oh, I'm sorry, mate. I can only help you with your heart condition.
Oh, well, that didn't give it a try. Rod B is in here and 2 before. Rod, you know the combination there. I gave you the combination to the back door.
Now, Mac.
Yeah.
Oh, is it all right if I stream this to my audience?
Heck yes, by all means.
Now, I'm pretty sure I've got a couple of moderators in my audience, and they'll continue to act for my channel, and I'll see who comes in. Let's hope that it's respectful and
it will be. I got 3 moderators in here now, so you boys can just. I'll turn that 2 before loose on them.
Yep, he loves that stuff. Okay, it's happening. I think it's happening. Takes a little while.
Yeah.
You know, you got to press buttons, and buttons have to be pressed, and this, that, and the other, and.
That one scared me there. Whoa, I'm thinking something is happening now. I think David.
Hello. We're back again. We're here, we're there, we're everywhere. We're all around the world.
You haven't get all the buttons yet, Dave, because you ain't showed up on my board over there yet.
Okay, what have I done wrong?
Just backtrack and look, because you haven't. Usually it shows up on the board pretty quick once you activate it.
Yeah, no, it does. It's pretty bloody instant. Chat, let's have a look. Chat, comments. Dave's channel. Hey, Black Widow, post the okay, so I can see the comments in the StreamYard. We've got 2-4 present, we've got Rod B present, we've got Dave present, and we've got Old Mac present. Yep. God, this is like going back to bloody school. Oh, here we go. Join the chat. No, I'm already in the chat.
Yep. Uh-oh. Come on, knock on that door. Let me get you back in here. There's Rod B. I can't stay long tonight doing a favor for a friend and needs. Okay. Hey, well, Rod, you was here for the moment. Anyhow, you're one of those fleet moments. So here comes Dave again. There we go. Okay, buddy.
So here we go again. We're going to stream this to my audience. Select destinations. YouTube.
I think the term is broadcast. I believe that when you're up there, I believe you see words that says broadcast or.
Yes, I know broadcast.
Okay. You can call it anything you want to.
No, look, you're right. StreamYard already has some access. That's okay. Continue. So my people should be coming in. I'm hoping anyway. Select audience, the title. So welcome.
Yeah.
Welcome to Alabama.
And that's in America. America.
How do you spell it, Mac? ALAM? No.
It's MERERKA, America.
Yeah, I know that, but how do you spell Alabama?
ALA.
Yes.
You got ALA BAMA. Bama. BAMA.
Bama. And shall I put USA or America? America's better because it's got all the words, isn't it?
It's got all the words in it.
Yeah, let's do that. I spelled America wrong. Can't do that. I'll be fucking shot. There we are. Welcome to Alabama. I think I spelled welcome wrong. No, David, you really have got to get back to learning how to spell, learning how to do English again. It's not all just sitting in front of a camera talking, is it, Mac?
No, they sometimes use words. You know, you got a lot of words you got to spell, and you say to yourself, wait a minute, what? Oh man! And you start spelling. You go, you know, as soon as you see it ain't right, you go, I know how to spell the word, and then you start arguing with yourself, and you start
Oh
backtracking.
yeah. Now, can you see that I've come in now on your screen?
Yep, you're there, buddy. You're all linked up there.
All right. I'll just pat myself on the back for trying to get it right. And I saw Buck Brown today in the tractor, pushing the logs up, and I yelled out from the sidelines, "Petrol, petrol, get those flames higher, higher, higher." They're trying to burn everything, the big stumps, and oh God. But anyway, they're doing all right. They're really busy. There's so much to do. But through watching the videos, I get a look at the land that they're on. And man, what a slice of paradise it is down there.
Oh, it is. It is so beautiful. I was just down there this year. I left here when it was 8 degrees Fahrenheit, when we had no electricity. Everything went off here, and we left out of here and went down there. And that afternoon, I was riding my Harley. Me and Angelique went down that afternoon to Clearwater, right on the beach road, all up through Clearwater. Oh man, that was nice.
Yeah, that sounds.
We left here freezing on my coat. Got down there, was wearing a t-shirt.
Ah, yeah. Well, all within the space of what, 3 or 4 hours, 5 or 6 hours. How long did the trip take you?
Well, it's 630 miles down to.
That's a fair. What are you averaging an hour? 50 mile?
Probably 50 miles per hour.
Yeah,
Average. You got to stop for gas, and you got to
yeah,
eat.
okay.
We stopped and had breakfast, and then we stopped and had lunch, and then we arrived.
Yeah, did you get there at night?
No. We got there that afternoon. We left at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, bloody hell. Icicles would have been in your beard.
We went out
would have been all.
I went out there and started the truck and let it get good and warm. And Angelique was getting all the rest of the stuff. And we hopped in the truck and we drove down. She slept all the way down to Dothan, Alabama, which is about 230 miles from here.
Well, I missed all that beautiful. Oh, gee, missed all that beautiful country. Snoring at the passenger window.
You don't know what she's seen inside of her head while she was asleep.
I saw riding on Ruby's little video today.
Oh,
and you were talking about your mate with the drones, Steve Drones, doing that video of the changing coloured trees. So in most of Ruby's ride home from work today or yesterday or whenever it was, that's all you saw: golds, the reds, the yellows, and then this beautiful blue sky. And he's got the camera at 60 frames per minute at 1080, and it looks perfect. It was so I made sure that I talked about the colours and how, from an Australian point of view, in such a dry landscape, we never see this. You know, there's a few deciduous trees in Australia, but they've honestly been brought in as a sort of reminder of the homelands in England and things like that. But Australia doesn't really have deciduous trees. But there'll be someone in the chat who can correct me on that. And I stand corrected if I'm wrong. But predominantly our old bush trees are hardy old bloody things, drought tolerant, and, you know, can survive 3 years without one bit of rain. Oh, they're a hardy old bush, the old Australian bush.
There's one of your people on the screen, buddy.
Looney Shrooms. Yeah. What has Looney got to say?
Love from Convict Island.
Convict Island. That's us, mate. Yeah, he's quite clever, Looney Shrooms. He's got some very interesting way he uses the English language, and I can appreciate that. Going out on a limb and saying perhaps he's an academic. So we welcome clever speech here on Dave's channel, Old Mac. Clever speech is something you just do not get on TV. Because I was on my live and I asked, how come you're here not watching TV? And a myriad of answers came in. And in fact, I perused over Looney Shroom's answer, and I had to be reminded to go back. But you do that sometimes in lives. You miss things, and but anyway, how's your morning going?
Man, it is so nice. I begin to see a little bit of light. I see I've got a 640-foot ridge just to the east of me, and now the sun's just breaking over that ridge.
Yeah.
And over to my west, I've got another 700-foot ridge. So I'm in a valley. I'm down off the side of the hill in the valley. In fact, if one more step down, and I'll be right in the valley. So
yeah, right. There you go.
But we're high enough that there's one time our Sullivan Creek, that's when my wife had the cancer and I was going back and forth to the hospital. It was raining so much. We had a hurricane that stalled down in the area of Mobile, Alabama, and the outer bands of rain never quit. And it rained. We got 11 inches of rain in 12 hours. That's just almost an inch an hour. And Sullivan Creek came up. It was a quarter of a mile across Sullivan Creek here, across our valley, a quarter of a mile away.
Quarter of a mile breadth.
Yeah. Cows were floating upside down, going down through there. It was horrible.
Yeah, that scene is not lost in Australia. We've had those tragedies of floods, particularly on the eastern seaboard. Towns like Lismore. It wasn't strange to see a cow floating in the floodwaters. But what's remarkable is a kangaroo can swim. My gosh, they can swim, mate. Kangaroos are really, really good swimmers. Not a problem. A floodwater isn't a problem for a kangaroo.
Oh, I love the comments. By the way, any of you Aussie guys that show up and you see the flag in the back, you feel more than free. Believe me, Dave will tell you, I fly the Aussie flag over here. Sometimes I have the camera over there where you can see the big Aussie flag. And anybody want to fly your flag? You can fly your flag. This is the Freedom Channel. You come here when you want to take your shoes off, and maybe put a little chaw in your lips there, and just don't spill on my floor, please.
Just don't spit in the spittoon only.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Because that's the cowboy way, isn't it?
Oh, that's right.
That's the cowboy way.
You start getting bad on my channel, I'll put my cowboy hat on, and then the shit's going to fly then.
Oh, the sheriff. Yeah, once he's the judge and then the sheriff, just by replacing his hats, mate.
Oh, I can be either one.
Yeah, that's right. No, I thought I'd put Dave's channel Australia on my name so people in your country know that that's where I'm from.
Sure.
Some people get my accent confused with England as well for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's pretty strong.
My son told me the other day he watched our show and we did the 5-hour thing. He loved it. He had you on one side of the world with your accent, and he'd been to Fremantle, as you know, and then Kime was in there. Kime was in there, and he said
England,
Kime was like going back to the old country.
Yeah.
That was
Oh,
really
look, it
neat.
was fascinating. It was definitely fascinating. So I watched a YouTube tutorial probably about 3 or 4 months ago, and I can't remember the name of the YouTuber. He's easy enough for me to find again. Um, but he's pushing. He was pushing. You know, you really want to grow your channel, guys. Start collaborating. Start working with other YouTubers. So I'm all for this. I'm all for our little community. I um I'm so glad, I'm so lucky I found it, and I'm so lucky to be accepted. That's I'm very I'm full of gratitude for all of this, because I'm following the instructions that I learn. You know, and I encourage others to think about, you know, their YouTube journey, um, collaboration with other YouTubers, um, who are all running reasonably small channels, is one way of. It's not so much growing or boosting or anything, but supporting is the main thing. I think a lot of the times, I remember we weren't getting support in the early days. We didn't know how to reach out for it. So all I can say about my YouTube journey is it is been and it is being fantastic. It is fantastic. So yeah, a lot of people coming in from my end of the stream. Dandelion, I know, is from my chat. G'day, Dandelion. How you going? Welcome to. Here we are in Australia and Alabama. Quite the live chat this evening. But I would like to just shut up and let Old Mac tell us a fireside story for us Australians here who are just about ready to go down to bed. Please, Mac, take it away.
Well, I saw you saw my little spooky movie last night, a video. I'm hoping that T-Bone, you know, T-Bone's got a series about the cryptids. So I thought I would add a cryptid from Cullman County, the county I live in, and maybe he would. I hope he didn't get mad. I mean, it's the season for storytelling, and we got some things in our lives that was unexplainable. I mean, I've seen things I could never figure out. And, well, I'll tell you one of my little stories. Let me get over here. I'll do it this way. Back in 1964, I was a truck driver, happy as a pig in mud. Life was so good. And my brother and I ended up in Washington State. And we didn't have a truck down. We drove for other people. And we were already had went in and put our application in for a truck driving job. And so we was in our car and we went out in the desert. That part of Washington State, the Tri-City area is, well, it's the place where they built the heavy water for the first atomic bomb. It's right there in Richland, Washington. Well, we were up on a ridge above Richland, Washington, and while we were drinking. Now I got to tell you this in the beginning, we had been drinking a few, and but this guy that was with us, a third guy, his name was Tony, and Tony started saying, "Oh God, oh God, what's that?" I go, "What are you talking about, Tony?" And he said, "Look over here, look over here." So I turned my head because Tony's always babbling about something, but I turned my head and I see some light shining out of the sky, clear, starlit night. I see these lights shining at like a 45-degree angle. It's around 11 o'clock at night. So I go, well, it's got to be a helicopter because the lights were moving now. They wasn't just sitting still. They was at an angle, and they were slowly moving across the horizon. And so my brother and I and Tony, we get out of the car and we watch. And actually, the light was on the ground. You could see it lit the ground up. But looking up in the sky, we couldn't see nowhere where it's coming from. And the beams of light went to infinity. I'm talking about as far as you can see, all we could see was the light up there coming out of the sky. And it left patterns on the ground as it moved. It lit up the area, fairly large area, and it slowly drifted past us. Never could we ever explain that. No way that all three of us could have those kind of illusion of grandeur, where you're out of your mind.
Illusions.
Yeah,
Illusions of grandeur. Yep.
yeah, that's right. Ain't no way all three of us could have that, and but we never explained it. We tried. We talked to other people about it, and then a guy told us out there that lives in the town of Mesa. He said those lights appear occasionally, and he said it's always from the Richland area. Now, I don't know why would any angles of light would be shining, but there are separate columns of light. There was not just one beam of light, like many rays of light, but they was all moving in unison together. It was a little weird, but nobody ever explained it to us. And
Well,
I had the nearest thing to a good explanation. We was in the desert, and this guy told me, he said, after a big dirt storm, after a dust storm, this dust creates energy like static energy.
yep.
And if you look at the northern lights, they don't look just straight down. They waver, they move in waves. And he
Yep.
said this energy, static energy, he said sometimes you see stuff after a big sandstorm. Well, that sounded believable because grains of sand could rub against one another and cause a little static. And then I bought that theory, but
Yep. Yep.
I don't know how it lit the ground up.
And like making patterns on the ground as well. So would that go to some way of explaining crop circles, perhaps?
Yeah, that's some of those things that it goes beyond imagination. Well, look at this, Dave. How about those things down in the Andes down there, skeleton-looking creatures, and it stretches out for miles across, and viewed from 10,000 feet up, you can see the layout. And there's no way, and these things have been there for hundreds of years, or maybe thousands of years.
The
This is
giants, yeah, they're giants. They're absolute giants.
whatever it
Yeah, I
was.
have seen that on. I have seen that, and also some of the mountain ranges in Australia. There's one in particular when I go for a ride into the coast of New South Wales. I come around this bend, and the mountain ranges around Lismore and the Great Dividing Range, that is the border between New South Wales and Queensland. It looked to me like an Aboriginal man and an Aboriginal woman were lying down head to head, with their heads were like that. And you could clearly see the outline of an Aboriginal man and an Aboriginal woman as a not a silhouette, but more the way that the mountain was shaped. It looked like two giants. So it's I know it's just a mountain range, but I think I always see it when I go around that bend, and that's what it is for me. Maybe if you're not open to it, you don't see it, but I think a lot of your story, but you can't explain the three of yous, seeing that together. That
Yeah,
there
we
you
compared
go.
and all three of us saw basically the same thing. We didn't let one guy tell the story and the others build onto it. They was all telling, as we talked, we was all talking about the same thing that we were seeing. There's our buddy Ray Gregory just showed up.
And you've never forgotten that, have you?
No, no.
How could you?
Neither would my brother.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is amazing. Well, I got to keep putting the bloody lotion on the sore and the wound. But it's coming good, Mac. It's coming good. I reckon another 2 weeks and it should be good to go. Good to be normally outside. I've got to keep it all covered up, and then I've got to start this other bloody treatment. It's not that I'm sick. It's just that it will get me sick if I don't do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've got things I've got to do, and I've got to wear gloves, and it's just all. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Anyway, hey, Gecko again.
Yeah, Rod B's seen lights too along the seacoast.
Yep. So look, and I mean, around the Halloween time in America, these are the times you regale these stories, you tell these stories. So it's good for us Australians to feel like we're sharing in a bit of unique Halloween pastime it's genuine from the American point of view, not a commercialized one. With you dancing around with the silly pumpkin on your head. Halloween was always a time of the cryptic stories, that T-Bone's telling us. And I haven't watched the video, but it's there in the to-do playlist. I will get to it. But with T-Bone's new series, it's almost like watching a proper TV show. Because the production and what he's done, the research is so good. His production of this new series is by far some of the best work I've seen him bring out. It's informative. It's engaging the viewer. The viewer doesn't want to turn off. I'll bet you his watch hours for this series are huge because
he's got a little bit of theater in him. He builds the story, and if he had a cigarette in his hand, it would remind me of Rod Serling back in those days.
Serling, yeah.
I'm going to take you into places. Only time will remember. Yeah. He does.
I think you're wrong about a little bit of theatre. I think the man has got theatre, coming out of him. He is a performer. T-Bone is definitely a performer, and he's made the camera a friend. He's not scared of the camera. He knows how to. He knows his way around a production. The guy could be in movies, mate. He could be in movies. Rod.
I wished he would come in and join us because I'd like. I got there. I looked at this morning. There was quite a few people watch my little. I just decided to do that little thing, and so I went into one of my movies and cut. I was riding my bike, and it was my two-wheeler, and so I decided to go in and take a little snippet. I went in and just took that little minute and a half snippet of when I met the indigenous Met Man, and it was the oddest thing I've ever run across. It's a man come out of the woods with no shirt on, skinny. He looked like he didn't pose no harm, but with the black or the gray, black and white screen, it give it much more of a scary possibility the guy could be evil.
And the music that you added to it, the whole atmosphere, Mac, it was genuinely scary. The hairs on my neck and the goosebumps, Now, when you can do that in cinema, you are getting on the right track. It was very cinematic with the slow motion and the voiceover. Um, top marks, I say, for that little bit of filmmaking there. You were, quite the Woody Allen. I must say, it was quite the Woody Allen.
Where's my little Asian stepdaughter? Where's my Asian stepdaughter?
Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to bring that up to, but I mean, I was just trying to think about good directors, good movie men who make movies in America, and look, I do love the old westerns of John Wayne and what was his other? He was not Roy Rogers, but another guy.
Dean Autry, we have him. We had we had so many good Western guys. Was he in the same category as Roy Rogers?
Gregory Peck. There you go. We used to call him Chookery Peck here in Australia. And I've got a fond memory of my sister. She named him Chookery Peck as a bit of a joke. But Elvis never did Westerns, did he? He never did a Western.
I think he did do a Western.
Did he really? I'll have to look that up.
Oh, yeah, you have to look that up. Did Elvis do a Western? I think he did.
He was, more, bubble gum and, pretty young nubile things in cars with the spaghetti westerns passerby. Yeah, they're just. This is what Australia saw of. And when I started watching Recycled Hooligan, and I was hearing all these names of places, they were only names I've heard in movies. So when you are telling your stories about the destinations in America, they're for a lot of Australians, these are only things we've heard in movies.
There's your answer, Dave. Passerby.
Yeah,
he said Elvis did do a Western.
Okay, he did do a Western. Okay, see, I knew there'd be people in the chat who would.
This is what I was thinking. This is the one I was thinking it was right here. The Love Me Tender.
Okay, yeah, right.
Oh, I wish I could sing to you.
That's all right. And the other one was James Dean and Shane.
Oh, man, I took my. Remember when I was up on the ranch up in Colorado? I took the rancher's daughter up to. I took her up to Laramie, Wyoming, to go see the movie Shane.
Yeah.
Keys to the car and his daughter, and I took her. It was about an 80-mile ride up to there from Walden, Colorado, from where we was at. And up to Laramie, Wyoming. We had dinner and a movie. Shane we saw.
And you still remember it?
Oh, yeah, my memory's still, and stuff like that is still here. I just don't remember where I put my keys.
Yeah, I know what you mean, mate. I know what you mean. Oh, excuse me, chat. Yeah, Shane had a big impact on me growing up in Australia. And also, the Clint Eastwood westerns, not Horse with No Name, or I don't know what that film was, Call Me Lucky or whatever. And also when the Italians also did it, there was a bit of a cult when the Italians made the spaghetti westerns and the music. I can't really read what Sterling Will wrote. Good morning, kids. How you going, Sterling? Sterling is definitely.
Yeah, Sterling is over there by Portland, Oregon. Freezing weather so far.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous what's going on. But you know, not but a month ago, you guys were all complaining that it was so bloody hot. So there
Oh,
you go. You know. Good morning, Mr. Motorball. We definitely have some um, royalty in the chat tonight, don't we, Old Mac?
oh, sure, and we know how to bring in. He's the head guru of this whole thing at Moto right there. When he shows up, we learn stuff.
Oh yeah, don't we? Don't we what?
You
Don't we what?
think about stuff, and he actually implements it, or he'll say, "Hey, let's try this," and man, we love it. Whenever we discover new things that we can do, it's great.
Again, Mac, the guy YouTuber told me to collaborate with other YouTubers if you want to be successful in YouTube. If you want your channel to be of something that viewers are going to return back to, make it interesting, collaborate with others. And I think that's true. Um, I haven't started to collaborate with Sterling Wheel yet, but that's all right. That's going to be down the road, and I'll give him some Aussie dog commands for his Aussie dog.
I want to thank Sterling and the Motorbomb for watching my cryptid of Cullman County.
Oh,
It
we
hasn't
loved it.
been told. Now the story is out. Everybody now knows that the cryptid is in Cullman County, and that's only a mile from here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
So I hope he doesn't come through that sliding door at the back there.
yeah. You see, it's partly cracked open. I believe you might be able to see the crack by the flag.
Yeah,
It's
I can.
a little bit open there. I keep my eye on it. See, the
And
camera's watching.
how fascinating for Ruby. He had, because it's Halloween in America at the moment, and he had a bat in his house, and he was baffled at how the bat got in his house. All the vents are closed, and he's saying, geez, they must be like mice that can get through the size of a nickel dime hole, and they can crawl in and contort their little bodies and get through the crevices and the little holes and eat all the moths and things flying around in the house. Yeah, he had a bat in his house, so that was something I learned from his video today.
Sterling Will got attacked by a jackalope this morning.
Oh, what's a jackalope? Is that like a
Oh,
big deer?
no, it's a jackrabbit. It's a monstrous sized jackrabbit with antelope horns. You only find them out in the west, and usually you only find them after 12 hours of driving. That's when you see them. You see them.
That's when you see the jackalope.
Yeah, you begin to see the jackalopes after at least 12 hours of driving.
I'm not laughing at Sterling, Will. I get it. The things I've seen when I've been sitting on hours on end on the road, and I've obviously got rider fatigue, and the things that you see, it's fucking dangerous. And I know I should watch my language on your channel, and for the best part, I try to. Yeah, man, the things you see. Okay, taking on a jackalope. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, truck driver sees the jackalope quite a bit. We used to have many years ago a series of truck stops. It was called the Little Stinker. The Little Stinker, you could find them anywhere in Nevada, parts of Oregon, Wyoming, Montana. The little Stinker, up on the silhouette on the side of a mountain, a monstrous skunk would be up there. You could see the silhouette of the skunk. Advertise the Little Stinker.
Oh, look, I can't resist. You've let the cat out of the bag now. Australia, for the best part of it, I'll call it, we have no idea about the skunk. For us, the skunk is Pepe Le Pew. the cartoon character. Okay, so we have no idea what a skunk is. Is there a genuine fear when a skunk comes into someone's house?
Oh, only a skunk is kind of like a cat. Let's put it this way. They can be lovable, they can be gentle, and if they're frightened or alarmed or whatever, they can let a stink out that if he lets out a stink anywhere on my property, Angelica come in and she go, "Oh my God, the skunks were here." What happens is comes in and they get frightened by the raccoons, and they'll spray one of the raccoons or one of my cats. And I'm telling you, when a skunk sprays your cat, don't let him get in your lap. Even 10 days later, he's still going to be stinking.
Can you describe the smell?
I've never had the ability any time in my life to be able to smell, but I'm telling you, from what others describe to be like rotten eggs or just a very.
So it's a bit like sulfur, the smell of sulfur, strong sulfur.
Motorbum, what does a skunk describe the odor of a skunk? He may be getting ready to go to work. You will not forget. And actually, if you see where somebody's run over them and you're inside your car, you can smell them from inside your car.
It's that pungent. Far out. Okay, so because I mean, look, again, as an Australian, we've only come across to know what a skunk is and the reaction just by purely watching movies. And the reaction has always been, chic horror and get the fucking thing out of the house, So we as Australians I don't think we've got anything like that at all that creates an odor that is so pungent. Though we might do, there might be some animals that do that. I mean, the other interesting thing is that if you go to pick up some lizards, say the bird's swooping down to get a lizard, the lizard will shed its tail, run away and leave its tail still wiggling there, so the bird gets the tail and the lizard survives. That's pretty crazy about our animals. One little crazy thing of our and we have such wonderful reptiles here. I mean, no wonder there's such a horrible black market for sale in our reptiles and our flora and fauna, because it is pretty exotic, really, within the world. But you guys have got some interesting things too.
My buddy Steve says up in Connecticut they're called wood pussy.
Wood pussy. There you go.
They refer to them as, down here in the South now, we refer to our skunks as polecats.
Polecats, yeah, I've heard the name polecat.
But up here in Connecticut, they're known as a wood pussy.
Wood pussy. There you go. Oh, that's something I can talk to Riding on Ruby about.
Well, Rod B said it's like rich vomit crossed with Parmesan cheese.
Okay, yeah, got it. So it's strong. It's you haven't changed your socks in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and Jimmy, one of your linked friends, Jimmy said they're very pungent cannabis. Looney smells like a sweaty worker's jock at a rubbish depot. So there's a lot of descriptions of
pretty interpretations. Yeah, so it's obviously an unpleasant odor. I mean, I might be the only Australian, really, by the sounds of the chat, who doesn't know anything about skunks. Only through watching Saturday morning cartoons did I learn about Pepe Le Pew, and the way he walks and swathers around, and he's got his tail, but he's actually a skunk. He's not a cat.
No, he's got a big bushy tail, and he's high up his hindquarters is taller, and then when you see one, they're pretty prominent animal. but they're not always walking around and spraying you. If they get attacked, or if they use it as a method of defense. Oh, here we go,
Yeah.
Rod. Here's and see, this is coming up from Motorbomb. Rod, I tried to drive from San Francisco to Minnesota nonstop after I was released from the Army. 3-day drive made me delirious. Yeah, that was a message from Motorbomb.
Oh man, I'm just trying to get the screen a bit bigger so I can read these things, because I can't read Jack at the moment. It doesn't matter. I can't get it, which is a shame. Looney, what's he saying? And I know that's the hard part about getting a more popular chat too, Old Mac, is that you are forever controlling who's the chat. So I know it's a busy workout for you. All the administration stuff you have to do, and we just sit back here and just get entertained by your stories. So I get it when you just want to sit back and tell us another chapter of Huckleberry Finn. So yeah, I love it. But I know that you've got to, like what Sterling said, you've got to make sure your audience is still being recognised. I wish I had the moderator, not tool, but the ability on a phone. I haven't really got much. If I go and press the chat, I can see the chat, I can see the comments, but I can't see the screen then. So I want.
Oh, Dave done hit the wrong button. He'll blip back in there. Oh, I love you, Rod B. You think in the right direction right there. Because see, I can say that I knocked out a cowboy one day. A cowboy is hard to knock out. A longshoreman. All those they all have a level of toughness about them. Mac just blew up. No, did I blow up? Mac just blew up. Well, I see Dave coming back in. No, I think I'm still operational.
Oh, it's me. I just pressed the wrong button because I'm a clueless bloke, and I've lost all my chat.
Oh,
so all the chat's gone.
Motorbomb said I blew up, and I thought I went off the air. I thought it happened, and he was talking about all of a sudden I become big.
Oh yeah, but you are big. You're the big star for us. Well, so I've got to go and do what I did all again to get the chat in. But I think a lot of people are subscribed to you, Mac, and they'll come in on your YouTube feed now if they want to continue the story. So it's a bit like I've done a teaser. And they can come in on your channel because they've got the links to you. So I did my best at promoting your live chat, and now I'm just going to relax. If that's all right.
Well, they're all welcome to my channel, and we'll do everything in our power to make you feel at home. I can't talk. Yeah. I don't know how yet to converse in pure Aussie, but I'm learning.
Oh yeah, mate. Try that one. Yeah. Oh yeah, mate.
Oh yeah, mate.
That's pretty good. It needs work, but
got a little work to do. Good morning.
G'day, retired rider.
Did you get a chance to check in on a retired rider's deal he had last night?
I think only for a minute. I'm not sure. I was in between so many different things. But I think we spent predominantly talking with who were we talking with? Buck and Sick, and then we saw it was cool. We had a roving reporter out in the field Motorborn, Virginia, the roving reporter, giving us live to the minute updates. We had a news channel, Old Mack, last night. We definitely had a news channel.
Yeah, yesterday morning, Moto took off and riding up the freeway and had his camera going, and we had Moto riding his bike down here. We had Buck Brown down in Florida out there showing us all the burn piles and stuff down at the Forgotten Angels. And yeah, we had a fairly big operation there yesterday. All, you know, both sides of the world covered,
and even Red Rider.
Yep, that's right. Red Rider coming there. What a pleasure that was. You know, we chat back and forth. We send messages, you know, when we post videos, because I've got a big history with the Northwest. I lived out there 40 years, and she's just a nice human being.
You know, Red has another dear Christian soul that's allowing me to find a better faith in Jesus, and I let her know that too. She's but I'm also, you know, when I meet Australian girls on motorcycles, I tell them, do you know about Red Rider? And they don't, and then I direct them to her channel, and they're over the moon. They love her natural way, because I've talked to a few people, so they've subscribed up. She's getting popular in Australia, Red Rider. She's definitely popular in Australia, and that's through a guy called Hippie Trev and myself. Certainly, we've got followers that follow all different YouTubers. You know, like I follow the Dutch girl Itchy Boots.
Oh,
and
me too.
I really like watching Itchy Boots' content. It's genuine, it's good, and she knows how to make films. But she has been doing it for 8 years.
She reminds me of you with your going out across the outback by yourself. She does not have a support crew. She does not have a team of people that is, she flies her own drone. She'll take off down the road somewhere in Tanzania or a Sahara desert. She'll be riding, and that drone will be following her up there. And oh, she gives great content. I love. She's hurt herself so many times. She injured herself over in Utah and still continued to ride. She hurt herself in Africa. You know, was in the hospital for quite a while. She's hardcore.
Oh yeah. No, so, you know, there was a sense of pride when I did the Wildflowers series, going up, you know, the carpets of colour, and I picked a bouquet of flowers for Itchy Boots to get better from her motorcycle accident. And that was me just, I'll say it, paying my dues, respecting and shouting out YouTubers that I think have got merit and who influenced me to keep doing what I'm doing. I applaud Itchy Boots and I like her content. But then, you know, saying that, I think T-Bone is going from strength to strength to strength. And only a month ago, he's thinking about quitting. Bloody hell. The man's not bloody Woody Allen, but certainly a no, Ross Meyer's not the film director that comes to mind, but he's a good film director. For those of you who are in the know, who Ross Meyer is, yeah, he's got that cult filmmaking. He could do it, you know, and the way he does it is believable and engaging. And I'm all for his videos.
Well, Looney's having to check out, saying goodbye to us there. Looney, you know how to find your way back to Old Mack's channel. I mean, come and visit anytime. And these folks right here, the Americans that's on the page now, they will greet you with open arms. You're always welcome on Old Mack's channel.
Good night, Shrooms. Very cool dude. Thanks for everything today. He always pops up. He must have the ding-a-ling bell set to my channel, so whenever I go on, he'll get a notification on his phone or his tablet. And just like me, I'll get a notification that you're on, and then I go, okay, well, I'm going over to Max. Let's go and have another couple of chapters of Huckleberry Finn. Come on, guys. That's what it's like for me in Australia as an Australian lad listening to your stories, straight out of the Huckleberry Finn playbook, mate. You know, well, the good old honest days.
Let me tell you a little story from in the 50s. Would you like to go back to the 50s?
Only if you bring the screen up.
Oh, and in the I'm saying 1952. My dad was on a strike at the coal mines. Thank you, little sweetheart. You want to come over and wave at the boys? Okay. My dad was on a strike at the coal mines, so he went back doing things that his grandfather did, and his grandfather before that, making moonshine whiskey. It's called down here. It's called White Lightning or Wildcat. Wildcat is a form of homemade whiskey. My daddy would make whiskey out of corn, cracked corn. And so my daddy was making whiskey up in the coal mines that was about a mile from our house. He'd go up in there where the water was flowing so he could have coolness for his condenser to, in the evaporation process, you got to have these coils and all that stuff. Well, he had all that up in the mines. Well, one afternoon, a sheriff come driving up, county sheriff, and his name was Sam Halton. And Sam Halton come up to the house, and he said, Mr. Turner, he was speaking to my dad. He said, I suggest that you go get your stuff out of the mines that's located over by the trestle. He had it right down to the detail. He said, because in the morning, the revenuers are going to be here. The federal law is going to be here, and they're going to be blowing up the mining shafts and all that kind of stuff. And they're going to do a raid of moonshiners. All night long, me and my brother and my dad, we packed all that equipment out of the mines, go way back in the mines and get it. We were carrying there's a thing in moonshine making called the worm. The worm is
I've heard of it.
The worm. And my brother had the worm across his back, and I had various, like, we were just packing all that stuff out there, and sure enough, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the federal guys showed up, but they came out. But here's the story. There was 2 deputies, Howard Halton and Sam Lynn. When they left my daddy's house, they was going around warning these people that was making moonshine. They went to a little town called Alden, Alden, in Jefferson County, and they went into Alden, and they went to where they was gambling. Gambling is illegal in Alabama. And he went up there where this gambling place was at. And when he walked in the door, both Sam Lynn and Howard Houghton was killed right there at the place where they was gambling. Just hours after he warned our daddy, they were both murdered
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, ended on a note. But see, Sam Lynn was one of our relatives. Sam Lynn.
Oh, that terrible story, Mac.
Oh, but that's just one of the many stories of, back in the days of the hard time of the life of a coal miner.
These cops are actually community members who cared for their community, and they were gunned down in cold blood. Oh, that's a movie in itself, what you just told me.
Oh,
or at least a song,
The crowd was so big at the funeral. Oh my gosh, they were so beloved by so many people. See, Sam Lynn was one of our relatives. If you remember, I go up to the graveyard. You
Yeah,
remember?
yeah, yeah, you do. Yeah, grave day and do their graves.
Yeah, I tried
Yep,
Decoration Day, and there's a cemetery named Lynn Crossing Cemetery.
yep.
That the Lynn family started that cemetery back in the 1700s, and it's still going today. And so they was much beloved, people. Sam Lynn was. Howard Houghton, he came in from another part of the country, settled into Jefferson County, and become a very good officer. In those days, times were hard, and if he knew that a man can make a little bit of shine and sell it on the side, he would put shoes on his baby's feet and food in the baby's belly.
Yeah,
So,
he wasn't gonna upset that. That's exactly what I was thinking about. You know how that could generate local business in the community. The shiner could get the moonshiner could get a little bit of dollars, and then the shopkeeper gets paid. The nothing's on a tick or credit or anything like that. It's yeah. So no wonder he protected the shopkeepers and the business people of the town to keep the town alive. So I get it. And it sounded to me as you were telling the story like a good old fashioned fair copper, or fair officer, who, if you were riding your push bikes, he'd take his hat off and bash you around the head with it and said, come on, rather than, and then, you can't do that as a cop now, you can't dish out the appropriate justice for the crime. It's all paperwork and evidence gathering, and it's just back in those times it was as simple as the 1950s. It's only what 60 odd years ago, no longer.
uh, I have one other little police story. And by the way, Jeff, I am still in Alabama. I was born here. I was born on June the 30th, 1940. I'm 84 years old, soon to be. I'm heading towards 85. When I was in 1953, we moved to another town, in a town called Graysville, Alabama, which is still in Jefferson County. And we moved up there, and by law, the police officer, he had a name, Bad Eye Tuggle, like he had a bad eye. He had a squinted eye like this. And they always called him Bad Eye Tuggle. All the old men knowed him as Bad Eye Tuggle. Well, one time, 4 or 5 of us boys, in 1953, I was 13 years old. They said, "Go ask Mr. Tuggle why they call him Bad Eye." And so I thought, well, that's a reasonable thing to do. I was curious myself. So I go up there. I tapped on his window. He was sitting there watching the cars go by. And Mr. Tuggle rolled his window down. And I said, Mr. Bad Eye, why do they call you Bad Eye Tuggle? And he had that squint eye, and he reached over and he pulled his pistol out and stuck it at the door. And I'm looking down the barrel of that pistol, an old service revolver he had there. And he pointed it out the window and he said, "Squinting down the barrel of my 38 with a little punk ass like you." And we took off running. No sooner did I take off running, 4 other buddies of mine, they were all running. We never asked that question again.
You've got a way. I think the chat is very fortunate to hear these stories, Mac. How delightful for you to tell these stories. You are quite the storyteller. So, again, I've asked the question in my own chat, how come you're here and not watching TV? And I think I've got the answer. You know, you just don't get this sort of um, interaction with a television. A television just sits there and plays the village crap all, you know, and wow, what a story. Looking down the barrel of my gun, you little punk ass kids. And then you
Oh man, I tell you, we've done started running, buddy.
yeah, you would. There's the saying that comes to mind is "give it legs." You give it legs out of there, you know. That's fucking an excellent story.
Jeff O'Donnell, he lives in Alabama as well. He said, Mac, I live in Alabama as well. I enjoyed it. Beautiful, and people are down to earth. Yeah, that's people are just they're kind of like a throwback of the old days. We don't let go of almost none of the old ways of life, and we believe.
Yeah. It's important. It's important to you. It's important that you guys have a strong tradition, and you're not prepared to. Yeah, you don't like change. You know, you want change. You go to in New York, go and hang out with Jerry and George and Kramer.
You know, we had a good laugh. We remember this. I was born before rock and roll, and I watched rock and roll, and I knew one thing: when Daddy would go to the union meeting, while he was off on the union meeting, I would take it from the. He always listened to country. You're cheating hard. Will down you. Well, I've had enough of that. So as soon as he leaves, when we see him go out of sight, we'd put it over on one of them Yankee stations where they played rock and roll, and man, we had a good time. But we had
Did
to
you
make,
did you as brothers and sisters dance on the porch to that music?
oh my gosh! Remember this? We learned how to dance. You remember all the swing and all the stuff we had back in our days. We also
The jitterbug.
yeah, the square
The
and
jitterbug.
bug and all those kind of dances we had that was upbeat, up tempo, and then rock and roll rolled in. We were right in the middle of that stuff, and so yeah, we never looked back. We just kept moving, and we followed all the way up to the grunge music. I'm gonna tell you what I did. I went to you know who Jimi Hendrix is, right?
Oh
Jimmy,
my.
you
Oh
know,
my, I do.
I went to Jimi Hendrix Memorial up in Seattle, Washington, and all the people come and they smoke when they get there in honor of Jimmy. Well, we didn't
Yeah.
have nothing to smoke, and I'm looking around and I found all these little blunts, just a little. I peeled the fire area off, you know, where it was. I peeled the paper off, and we rolled a joint out of all them joints down there on the ground. We rolled
Yeah,
the
the
ground. All
roaches.
three of us. We smoked a joint with Jimmy up there at his memorial. It was so cool. I enjoyed
He,
it.
he was a bit of a cannabis activist. Do you think he supported marijuana?
Oh, good God, yes. That's the reason
Yeah.
we love smoking. It's a gaslit place. It's a spectacular. If you ever get to Seattle, if you like rock and roll, you like music like Jimi Hendrix would do. Just be sure to visit the gardens up there, and it's big. I mean, I ain't talking about just just a little spot of land. It's big and it's really prominent.
So it's possible in summertime, in between say March to September, to travel in America. You don't have the snow. You don't have the cold. Um, I mean, I there's no way in the world I'm going out on a bike under 23 degrees Celsius, which would be about 75 degrees Fahrenheit, I guess. Any lower than uh 23 degrees, and it's too cold. And for me, being cold on the bike is yeah, it's dangerous. I got to concentrate, especially in a foreign country. I'll end up riding on the other side of the road though. So there's all sorts of things just by habit. You know, there'll be a habit. You know, I won't be thinking, and I'll jump out on the other side of the road. So there's lots to think about if I am lucky enough to visit the beautiful United States. And what I'm seeing,
You know,
my God,
there's going to be somebody's going to bring you a motorcycle to ride. You don't have to worry about getting wheels. They'll
yeah,
be.
I sort of got that. I sort of got that. Yeah, we got plenty of opportunities, and likewise too. You know, I've got a motorcycle here. If any of you Americans think you want to come over and spend a month here in Australia just for a ride, jump on the old fucking Softail Slim. But you know what I'm like, don't you, Mac?
Yep.
I'd let my bloody good mates ride the Road King because it's comfortable and safer, and I'd ride the Chopper. You know, I'll just put up with a bloody sore ass, and you know, after 8 hours of riding on those. But we got good roads here, I must admit. I've been looking at the state of the roads in America, and yes, some leave a lot to be desired, don't they?
Oh my God, the county roads are really bad, and some counties are very. They have a lot of money in their county, and they take care of the county roads. Coleman County is one of the richest counties in Alabama, and yet we have the poorest roads because they don't spend a damn penny.
Well, what do they spend their money on?
Culture stuff for the larger towns. A lot of it goes into the pockets of the wealthier. Yeah, there's a lot of that kind of stuff goes on into America. That's the dark side of it.
Do you have a good relationship with your local congressman? Can you write an email and say, you know, as a motorcyclist?
I went up, met him in person. As I met him in person, we had an insurance issue. My mom, when we put her in a home, they would not accept. She had Medicare, and they had to have a supplemental insurance and all this kind of stuff. And so we had to go through him to get some rules changed. When she was coming down with dementia, a phone call came in, and she answered it, and she changed herself over to another plan, not knowing what she was doing because you basically know. And now she's stuck in one of those that the state doesn't recognize, you know, and we had to use him to get her off that plan and get her back on the Medicare where she could be admitted to the home. It was a state and county home, you know. It wasn't a private home.
Yeah, that was a smart thing to do, because, you know, just listening to that story, I can clearly put two and two together. You know, the woman is mentally unwell. She has a cognitive disease. She is unable to make decisions of that nature. The fact that the insurance company took her at her word shows to me that the insurance company's at fault.
Yeah.
They didn't do their research. They didn't do their due diligence research, knowing that she had a condition, or at least the onset of it. And I think that's what would have been said in the private chat. I think that a conversation upon those lines, you know, like, look, buddy, your firm fucked up because this woman clearly has a medical problem, and you guys exploited that and got her on a higher paying plan or something that benefited that insurance company and not the client. So yeah, good on you for stepping in for your dear old mum.
Well, he changed. He was able to get a bill in Congress to change so that no matter what insurance, before they can be licensed to sell people this insurance, they would have to have a clause in there that it would be united with Medicare, so that you wouldn't be denied your Medicare services. You know, if you sign on the dotted line, then no longer can they take that away from you. So it changed the law for so many people, and we were happy about that.
There you go. You know, you What is Biden your age?
I believe he's 1 year younger than me.
What the fuck hasn't the powers that be that run your country got you in a damn suit and tie with the president cap on? What the fuck is wrong with America?
Well, that was many years back. Mom's been gone for quite a while, but yeah, it's the
You
same.
would know.
You find that these kind of stories everywhere, where laws have to be changed. And yeah, we're a very wealthy country. And hey, I won't go down that rabbit hole because it just makes people angry when you actually look at how the elderly are treated. They're the forgotten people. And they're the ones that built America. And the last people on the list, when they start doling out money, they got money for the little children, they got money for this, but last thing
But
they
there's
got,
no more money for the elderly.
the elderly. There's nothing for the elderly. It's up to you to find some kind of way of taking care of yourself.
Oh, Mac.
But we're not people that need stuff. What I'm saying is our people are not the kind that is a bleeding heart and start whining because we worked hard, we earned what we got, we enjoy our retirement. There are so many unfortunate people that never got to earn the income that we did so we could retire. They don't have a retirement. They're only dependent upon their government Social Security or something like that. And those are the ones we feel sorry for because there was nothing wrong with them why they didn't make it. They just didn't get the opportunities that I did. And remember this, I came from a coal mine camp where my father had a third grade education. My mother had about the same. And we had to claw our way from the coal mining camps into a world that allowed us to have this retirement so we can stay here and talk on our computer and enjoy it, the good life. We're enjoying the good side of retirement because of all the breaks I had. Every time I saw an opportunity, Dave, I grabbed a hold of it and I grew each time. And there's some people just don't get that opportunity. So
yeah, I hear you, Mac. I hear you, Mac. And even today, I often think about the steps that I had to walk up to get to where I'm going. So every job that I had, the next job was always better. It was not so much better in pay or anything, but better in gaining skills, and then you would do something else because of the skills from that job. I am very glad that I learnt very early in life that easy money doesn't pay in a way. So growing a motorcycle out of a couple of crops of dope, yeah, nah, you can't prove your assets. So let's forget about doing that, and then let's go back to work and let's prove where we got our assets from. So they can't take our vehicles and our assets away from us because we've got pen and paper, notes, receipts on our assets, and we can prove how we got them. Here are my what do they call them? Pay stubs from my employment, rather than, how can you explain your wealth, Mr. Van Beek? So working hard has helped me in my retirement. Now I'm retired early. I'm a lot younger than you. I'm by 30 years, I think, Mac. But I don't know if I'm going to get to 84, but I don't really think about that. I think about, am I going to get to tomorrow? And when tomorrow comes, I'm going to think about the next day. So I've been told by a specialist that you know, the prognosis is not so good. So live every day as to the fullest. And then you cross that bridge. We've got a fairly decent healthcare system here. I certainly wouldn't want to go to another country and suddenly fall ill. That would be very dangerous financially for me. So there, you know, that's another thing I worry about in America. All good and well to visit, get sick and admitted to a hospital, need an ambulance, anything like that, and you don't have health cover insurance, or you've got the wrong kind of health cover insurance that's not recognised by your health system. I'm in a world of trouble financially. So I like Australia for that. We've got the good cover. You know, this last operation in America privately, probably, you know, $15,000 with all the consultations, all the people that got to be paid, the surgery, the drugs, the anaesthetic, and for God's sake, the actual twine to sew the bloody wound up and the bandage to put on top of it. All costs money. And as a privately, you have to pay that. Publicly, I was lucky, but there's a wait list. You know, it doesn't happen overnight. So,
Dave, if you come to our country, you would be an immigrant, you know, coming into the country. There's more facility, there's more money for an immigrant. In fact, if you end up coming to our country and you violate one of our laws and you get put in prison, we can actually do a sex change on you while you're in prison. They will pay for the sex change, and you could come out as Davida instead of Davis.
really,
Yeah.
they'll allow that. They'll allow that in prison. That's your healthcare is covered so good.
They pay for things like that, but older people, they don't. You know, they go. It's just so many rules and so many things that's not good for the elderly, but we see other people getting all the benefits, all the fruit, all the finest fruits on the tree. The immigrants, they get the best shot at it. You know, now you'd be in good shape if you come to America. You'd still be an Aussie that would be treated like whatever Aussie. You know, that would be all handled. No, you'd be in good shape. I'm only speaking of those that live and born and raised here in America. It's a rough road. And I saw a guy in England, Jeff, I believe it might have been Jeff or Gary, said it's the same way in England when I was describing our healthcare system. Some fat cats get more than others, and it's where you're at in your station you are in your life at that time. You know, a lot of people fall through the cracks.
I'm going to also say this. You know, look, I was very vocal in the hospital about my own health care, and it was actually refreshing for the staff to hear, because it made their job easier because I had a grasp on my health care. And I think, where was I going with that? Where the freaking heck was I going with it? I have no idea. Some people don't know a lot about their healthcare, and that can also make them suffer here in Australia. If you're not switched on, you can still fall through the cracks, and because it costs the government less, they're not really going to mention. If you don't, if you don't say anything and get things done, they're not really going to hurry you up, because it's saving money in the public system. There's not such an urgency if you don't know your health care. So it sort of pays to be on top of it and know a little bit about what's going on with, so you can demand things, demand. I mean, you can make sure that certain things happen. You Does that make sort of sense?
Sure, you
Or am I
know,
just
if you know the rules and regulations, you know how to work the system. You know what you can do within your system. Then they can't come up with some kind of a phony stuff at the institution or the hospital or whatever.
Mm.
Like, because you know the rules, you know what you're entitled to, and a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
people.
yeah. You got to. Yeah, a lot of people don't, and they fall through the cracks. And I'm going to say it, through their own ignorance, which is really sad.
That's right.
You've got to be switched on, and I'm, like I get it that you are. I mean, or else you wouldn't have had the law changed. You would have just accepted that was the way it is, and shit, a family. What a shame. We're all going to be paying for Mama until she goes. But you didn't accept that, and you challenged it, and you got a good result for your mother. And not only for your mother, so your mother now, that law could now be called your mother, your mother's name's law, really. That might be the next thing to push, Old Mac, so that the memory of your mother is alive when people utter that rule for the elderly. Does that make sense?
I'm going to tell you something. When my mother was in the home, my wife became, there's a term where you actually monitor the activity of the elderly in a state.
Power of attorney.
Well, no, that's one. The other is a state position, and she was appointed to that. But my wife was an artist.
Guardianship. I think it's called guardianship.
She had a good position with them, and so she got a permission to do a mural on the wall. She painted this thing. It's huge. I'm talking about 30 foot by, and what she did, she put a big lighthouse at the edge of this cliff, and she drew the cliff with the lighthouse, with the light shining down over the valley of the people. And see the light. She did this. The light was the light from God, and the light warmed to the people. And people would come back, and the state people would come up there and take pictures of it. They was just so fascinated. And it took her a long time, about a year, to complete the whole mirror. And it's still up there today. And in other words, they are hope, they are light. And she did that. She illustrated her thoughts in her mind about the light of God through the lighthouse. And the people, the last thing, what they really need in the home was hope. Some was beyond hope. Those that still their mind was sharp enough, they understood what this whole mirror was about. And it was so beautiful. I've got a lot of pictures, but I don't have any that I can post.
That's all right. That's okay. But your memory of it, I got the visuals right there. So you've got the mountainside with the lighthouse, and as the lighthouse has swung around, it's shining on the people.
All right.
And that means do you know the word metaphor?
That was a metaphor.
The metaphor for Jesus's heavenly light.
That's right. Well, yeah. As the sailor will tell you, when they're off out in the sea, and they finally see that tiny little speckle out over there, there's hope that they can make it out of the storm to that light. And these people that are laying in the home, they saw that as a light shining away, so that it would give them hope. The hope that they would get better, or hope that maybe the family come visit today. But hope is a wonderful thing to have. If you lose all hope, I've never been there to that area where I've lost hope.
No, you won't be. You won't be. Which then leads me into my next question. The lights from the UFO, were they heavenly?
It was.
Or were they something else?
No, it was very
something else.
What we saw was very heavenly, unexplained. It was soft and it was gentle. It was not a harsh scary. It was eerie. It was really eerie to see in a starlit night, lights coming from the sky, but it was not scary. There was a feeling of comfort in the light itself. Just seeing it, you're just so awestruck by it. You're just standing there taking it in, and you don't have an explanation. You can't, in your mind, you can run through all kinds of scenarios, but you don't have any way to understand the feeling of the comfort that the light brought.
Amazing. So, yeah, okay. So, I remember I was at a medieval reenactment. We were all doing war practice. Anyway, my mate actually downed on all the armor, and he got hit on the top of the head with a big broadsword.
Oh no!
And he said for a second there he saw the light, like that well, he was out, and he saw the light. So he was rapt that he had that experience, but what a way to go by death by broadsword, But yeah, pretty insane, I never forgot doing medieval reenactment. It never happened to me, thank God. I was always parrying the blows. Whether I'd also use my shield a lot, but a lot of me would charge. I was sort of stronger with my forearms, moving in before and getting them off balance, and then that's where I could just get out my little K bar, like a little skemitzer, and then just sort of get my assassin blade into their no, not quite, not quite. Even more subtler than that. The assassin's blade is small and you don't see it coming. That was because that was one of the first weapons that I stole in a mock battle. Yeah, that's more along the lines. All right, don't need a demonstration, Mac. You get the idea.
We got a weapon for every occasion.
Fucking hell. Look at the fucking blade. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, I don't know. Look, I would love one day if you want to film it, and it's totally understandable if you don't. But you and Angelique in a day on the range.
I got this beautiful weapon. It was a fully automatic. I think it was a Belgium FN FAL. It was a Belgium FN. That's Foxtrot November FN FAL, and it had the carrying handle on the top, and had the strap. So I had my wife out by the pool. She was holding this thing. I said, "Would you like to shoot it?" And she go, "Not particular." I said, "But I can adjust it." And had 9 adjustable on the end of the barrel. You could set the amount of kick you've got. So I set it on right, where a little 90-pound woman could shoot.
It wouldn't be that much recoil.
So we went out on the range over there, and I said, "Now just hold on to it good," and I had it strapped on her shoulder, and she got it lined up, and I think it was a 20-shot banana clip in this thing, and she went. It was bullets. I went out there. There was bullets all through the bamboo. I got this railroad ties stacked up. She done got above them, and she was spraying the bamboo. There was bullets all through.
But
she said,
I
couldn't get my finger off the trigger.
after the experience of shooting the gun, was she a lot happier?
Well, we did a lot of pictures. She would tell me, she said, "Let me know when a lot of guys be coming over." And her and Angelique would get in her van and they would go shopping so that we wanted to, and she'd come back and would still be at it, and she'd go, "How much longer you? I'm fixing to fix dinner." Well, then she'd go in and make dinner for everybody, and we'd go out on the back and we'd eat, take a break. And I remember I told you one time the sheriff came to my house and told me not to be firing automatic weapons before 9 o'clock in the morning.
Before 9 o'clock in the morning. After 9 o'clock in the morning,
Man,
don't get the out.
burn them if you got them. This is Alabama, man.
No, look, it's also something that we don't see in Australia. We and you pointed that out in one of your most earliest comments. You know how fortunate you are, Dave, just to be able to ride unarmed. You know, you got something there. I don't know what it is. Yeah, right. Okay, that's bigger than my dick.
That's a that's my sidearm. You know, this is one of the rounds out of my pistol.
Fuck me, dude. Jesus Christ, Mackie.
30 millimeter.
Hey, and you know, and I'm thinking more and more about that Australia unarmed. You know, and there it might change. It might change. Crimes on the you know, all you have to do is just watch the news, and yeah, society's getting worse and worse. But is that all that the news wants to tell us? You know, they don't tell us about, there's this guy in Hillary's who's actually trying to do something for newly released 18-year-old children in foster care, and he wants to start up a charity and do something. The news is never going to talk about that story because it's boring. You know, it's not interest. It's not sensational enough for the viewers to keep, you know, mindlessly glued to their television sets. But that was quite the bullet there, Old Mac, on your sidearm, eh?
Yes, for my pistol. You know, I told you the story about when the boys gather around and boys being boys, they always like to pull it out and show it off. You know, they go, "Man, you got a big one." "Oh yeah, but I've got a bigger one." And all the time they're talking about their gun. You know, boys like to talk about their guns.
So when Joe comes to visit, he's carrying any.
Oh hell, yeah, always.
Yeah.
I said, "You're the scaredest person." I said, "You're going to be dead before when the bullets start flying. You're going to be the first one they're going to kill. They're not going to think, oh, sweet, lovable Mac may be having something in his pocket. You know, my weapon ain't going to be out there for somebody to see. It's a show thing. A lot of guys really, I think they have a little bit of an ego problem, and they like to show their weapon off. You don't look tough to me when I see you got a weapon. You look like a victim to me." You know,
have you talked to Joe about that? Have you talked to Joe about that?
I've talked to Joe about it. I treat him like a son, and he knows this. And
because I know he's my age. I know Joe's my age.
Yeah, he's just a good guy, but he's just got his ways. And you know, I don't sit in judgment. You remember I told you I do not, except when I got my cap on. When I got my hat on over there, then I sit in judgment.
Yeah, I know. You're not, and I'm not judging. It's more, I understand that he'd be the first one to be shot because the enemy knows he's armed. Where little old Mac there's just innocent. You'd be collateral damage. You know, threat because you're not pointing the weapon or. It makes sense what you said, you know, but you're right. You know, some people, you know, want to display their weapons for it. Don't fuck with me, mate. It's going to end badly if you just want to start something, you know, but you don't know what they've got either. That's the thing. But it's a world I know little about. Firearms, only firearms on farms here in Australia. And shoot the rabbits, shoot the dingoes, shoot the dogs, the wild dogs that are going to eat the sheep, shoot the foxes. And if you shoot a kangaroo and eat it, well, bloody good stuff. So I think I know nothing about that culture of riding with a fucking nice sidearm, or even having your saddlebags, or the front of your bars has got holsters by your tank.
Yeah.
Because I have seen bikes with holsters, on their tanks.
There's brown chicken.
G'day, brown chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep up with the got to keep up with the chat, Mac.
Oh,
But it's hard telling stories.
I like to try to point them. I think Motorbomb, he spotted. I didn't even have to look over there in the chat line. I should do that from occasionally, but Moto he picked up on it, and one thing, we have a Second Amendment in our Constitution that allow us to have these weapons, but I'm not advocating for your country to go that direction. Because look at this, with our
just in the chat,
with our freedoms to carry arms, to bear arms, also comes with a crazy kid going in and killing 12 or 14 school kids.
Yeah, that's what happened in. Yeah. That's. I'm just trying to make sure that I get out of the chat here, and I don't actually. I did. No, am I back in? Because I looked at the chat, and there's a good comment about why Australia doesn't have them in your feed. I don't know if it's there. Could be Australia. That could be from Jeff.
I don't know Jeff, but he's probably in part of some. He's coming in on somebody's link. Yeah, he's probably linked.
It'd be my link. Yep.
Yeah, you're the only
coming
link
through my line.
I wish
10:20.
I wish Motorbomb would come in, but I know he's winging his way probably to work or getting ready to go to work.
That's all right. Look, I'm glad that I had a bit of a chit chat with you. I'm going to step out so you can talk to your other friends. I'm so glad that Dave.
When you come over, they enjoy talking to you as well. So I mean, I'm just here to run the switchboard.
And you do it well, mate. You do it well, better than I can do. I just do, lives on my phone and just have a yik yak. But getting a closer understanding of Australia through its people, not Australia, through America through its people, for me is definitely very insightful, Mac. You eat your breakfast there, mate. You keep going. I'll just say that it's very insightful. I love having the beard competition with you. I really don't know whose is the longest, but
by far,
I don't know. But I know it's bad when Rod B gets into the competition.
Oh yeah, when he shows up, quit playing off. I like to do the Dave when he's riding.
Yeah, I can't help it.
Mom, he pulled his hair down the other day, and he pulled it down, and he made a bushy tail, out of it, and that was so cool.
Ray. Yeah, Ray did that the other day too. That was pretty cool.
He had his tied up in a bunch there, and you remember what happened? I had my hat round like this, and I had mine tied up, and Angelique came in, and she, after the thing was over here, she said, "What are you doing?" I go, "I'm trying to be a cool kid on the block." And she said, "Well, you're not cool."
You are cool. You are cool. You're cool to me, old Mac. And I'm sure you're cool to my audience. So I thank all of my audience that have come in to a very special Dave's Live. To have you tell your stories about your country to Australian viewers is thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I've got something there. Something's wanting me to go to more for some reason. I've got no idea. Comments. Something, there's a comment that might be so bad. So we'll just have a quick look. Yeah, Motorboom's off to work. Brown Chicken's here. Robert Lube, yes, he's from my channel. There's a lot of people that have come from. Yeah, I saw that, the way they treat the elderly. Just going through the chat. Nah, not one cretin at all, Mr. Mack. Not one horrible person in the chat at all. That I'm really happy about that. No one sort of trying to spread false information or envy or cut me down like a tall poppy or anything. Because we're hardly tall poppies, but we're just a couple of people who are interested in stories. I particularly am interested in the story. I think it's it's definitely. I feel like I've read a few chapters of Huckleberry Finn listening to you. I can happily go off now, have a good sleep, and dream about Huckleberry Finn, and taking moonshine stills out of a cave. Fucking unreal.
And don't forget Bad Eye Tuggle, Mr. Tuggle. He got that from squinting down the barrel at punk asses like me. It was a Clint Eastwood moment.
Yeah.
Well, look at Robert up there. Robert knows about the FNFAL. He says it's a sweet weapon, and it is such a beautiful weapon. It's got a carrying handle that swings back and forth. It's kind of like our M60. We have an M60. That was a weapon. I've got pictures of me with an M60 that it was one of my favorite pictures. I used it until it became unpopular. Like people would make bad comments about why you've always got guns and stuff. And if you go back 10 or 12 years in my YouTube stuff, go back to around 2007 and 8, you'll see every one of mine, every video that I posted would get 100,000 views. It was all about the gun. People around the world would watch my videos, 150,000 viewers just watching one video. I go, wow. But I started doing stuff, and I get 49 people.
Yeah, no, but I get it. So yeah, look, it's all about the guns. Yeah, maybe it's it's all about the bikes. That's why I get people come in, but I think people come in because it's about Australia. And I was talking to this guy the other day. He said, Dave, you tell the Australian experience to an audience. That's a skill not everybody's got. And because he was watching with me at the pub at one of my lives. I think we only watched 5 minutes of it, but he was quite good with giving me some ideas, and just told me to keep going. That you've got a gift of the gab of talking. You can talk. People enjoy listening to what you got to say. Keep going, and that's just from 5 minutes just watching my little live. So,
Dave, see if can you put a link to my little Halloween movie, that 1.5 minute long Halloween movie, The Cryptid of Coleman County.
Oh yeah, we got to watch that again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe link it up where some of those folks can see that we have serious stuff in Alabama.
Oh yeah. I'm sure T-Bone watched it and thoroughly enjoyed it. You know what was? I don't know, how far's T-Bone from you? In hours on the bike.
He's up, I'd say probably maybe 3 hours away.
Well, that's not impossible.
Yeah, he's not too far away, 3-4 hours.
But see, it's cold, isn't it? It's cold now.
If you take Birmingham, Alabama, and you take a string and you stretch out 600 miles, what 600 miles would look like. If you swung that arc with that string, it would take you to Washington, D.C., 600 miles. It would take you to Chicago, Illinois, 600 miles from me. it would take you to Clearwater, Florida from me. So it swings a pretty good arc. 600 miles will take you to Dallas, Fort Worth.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So
We're down here where almost all the population is. And
I
our
just be, it'd be. I just thought, well, it'd be good if you guys could have a meeting and get interviewed by T-Bone about your what happened to you that day when your mama told you about the Met Man, and how long in your 84 years did you know about the Met Man? Is the Met Man a myth come out of the 60s, 70s, or is it longer than that?
of course, Met is a new term, probably came out. I think Met started getting popular, in the 70s or maybe 80s. The anything that's spooky or wild here, we always refer to it as being methamphetamine. People it's crackheads that do met. That's the reference to the Met Man, a crackhead coming out of the woods.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, we've got those here.
Oh yeah. What's that other term? The tweakers.
Tweakers, yeah, I know who you're talking about now. So the tweaker on the road. Here, I was thinking it was something like a werewolf man or I think that's the best. It was something a bit more supernatural. But yeah, there's nothing supernatural about a Met Man. A Met Man's a dangerous dude.
Oh, he can be dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a dangerous dude for sure. Unpredictable as skitty as a jackrabbit, really. And that's another one. We don't have jackrabbits in Australia. Jackrabbit. You got a jackrabbit, haven't you?
You don't have the jackrabbit?
No, we just got the fucking. We just got the rabbits.
In the South, Dave, we don't have the jackrabbit here in the South. We have what's called a cane cutter. He's a big rabbit. He runs really fast through the canes. The cane cutters are usually found around creek beds where the bamboos and canes grow. And out in the West, you got the jackrabbit. And in the 50s, the 1950s, they would literally be thousands of them from the time you left Dallas, Fort Worth. There'd be thousands of them, and tens or 20s would be running across the road. They were everywhere. And what happened, the farmers began to start poisoning them, and they almost killed off all the jackrabbits. So they wasn't.
That's sad.
They wasn't trying to kill the jackrabbit. They was putting poison in their alfalfa to kill critters, that eat up the alfalfa, and then the rabbits eat the alfalfa and it killed the rabbits. So.
Yeah. Good old Montesanto, eh? Good old Montesanto.
That's right.
Yep. Good old Montesanto. But isn't it good, when we go out into our back gardens and we grow our own vegetables. We harvest our bit of parsley to put in our potatoes that have grown also in our garden. And, we've taken out another young rooster, plucked him and cooked him in the oven. Nothing wrong with doing that. That's what I want to get back to, man. Having that self-sufficiency and that ability to do it. And what I saw in Forgotten Angels, there's so much room for permaculture and self-sufficiency in that environment. Growing excess food as opening up little paddock to plate eateries, specializing in in food, training the participants to be in hospitality. There's all of that I think, because Western Australia is a bit of a foodie hub, we take great pride in producing our own produce. Margaret River, I did a Out to Lunch video series where I showcased a paddock to plate restaurant. I went into the garden and started picking some beans. I talked to the gardener and asked her to marry me, but that's different. But isn't that wonderful? I've made a marriage proposal in a vegetable garden with the gardener, you know, and I forever, you know, I'm tickled pink about that, you know, that it doesn't matter that she didn't, you know, well, she couldn't. She was already previously, I've got beaten to the post. So that's, you know, someone, you know, but she did appreciate me getting down on one knee in the garden for her when I saw her in her dungarees and her wheelbarrow full of weeds, making sure that the garden was pest-free and that there was enough combination of plants that confused the bugs. So you've got a marigold next to the lettuce, and then you've got the cabbage, and then you've got the potato, and then the potato's flowering, and then you've got another marigold. You've got some, what do they call it? Pigeon pea. You've got all this that's got roots that put nitrogen back into the soil, and so things are just always helping the garden.
Hey, Dave, when it comes to gardening, you always want to plant your onions right next to the potatoes. And you know why that is?
There'd be something in the onions that would deter a pest that would attack the potatoes.
The onions, the fumes from the onions would get in the eyes of the potato and make them water, and that would water your garden.
I didn't think of that. Exactly, mate.
Motorbomb said he had jackrabbits in Minnesota.
There you go. There you go. I'm glad that the conversation is very much a dumb Australian asking some stupid questions about your country. The same as, you know, oh, you all got boomerangs and you all got kangaroos down there. Do you ride on the kangaroos? You know, just stupid questions like, you know, can we please have a look at your guns? Because we're just sitting here, you know, but I don't. But it does intrigue me, you know, how you have the ways of protecting yours and what you have. We just have to cop it sweet. So someone home invades this house, I can't even lash out with a bar without causing, you know, an assault charge, and then they can get a $60,000 compensation payout. It's pretty crazy, well, and it's happened before.
James Day, his question was, any black friends, ? If so, can they swim? I have a friend, his name is James, just like your name. And James was on the same aircraft carrier that I was on. And James spent his full tour of duty on all the time he was in the Navy and on the aircraft carrier Nimitz. He's a black guy. He was the very first one in this area to fly a drone. He built his own drone before any company was making them. He made his own drone. He even built the GPS devices. This guy was brilliant. And can he ever swim? Oh, he left here, Alabama, and went to Wyoming, and it was at this beautiful lake. And everybody was all gathered around the lake. These lovely ladies was around the lake, but nobody was swimming. And James is from Alabama, and he swam in every river and every lake in Alabama. So he goes out there, strutting his big black ass out there, you know, and jumped in the water, and he made about 3 strokes, and he realized he done fucked up because the water was like 31 degrees.
Yeah, he done fucked up. Would they do that? They threw him a life raft, a life buoy, and he was able to get.
He'd come out of there, and you know that shrinkage factor and everything.
He got into a little, you know, a little bit of worm that you put on your fishing line.
James is such a cool guy. He's a ham radio operator. He's the kind of guy that does just about anything. You can count on him. He's a real solid guy. He's a bike rider,
Yeah.
and he's like me. He's got some mileage on him. He's got a lot of age on him, and he's kind of aged like a lot of old black guys. You know, old black guys, they live such hard lives. You know, crawling out the side window of a house. You know, after making love to the farmer's daughter and slipping out through the side windows and being shot at. And old James lived a hard life, and he's starting to get a little bit gimpy now. You know, he's not getting around.
Yeah, as sprightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, I had a look at that comment and interpreted it differently. But excellent. North by south, where southeast is here, and we call them walkers. Yeah, okay. It's a cool story, James. Yeah, definitely. Good morning, gentlemen. Through north by southeast. James Day, James. Oh my God. My OG never taught me how to swim. Is OG old gangster? I'm not sure. Was it old grandfather? Maybe old grandfather. I think it's old grandfather. Anyway, so that was the chat. I've still got the ability now to go and see the chat now coming from my channel into your channel.
Oh, good. Oh, you can see them now. Good.
Yeah, I can see it
I've
now.
been trying to highlight some of them, you know, as they pop in there.
I'm learning, Mac. I'm learning how to negotiate around the phone. And look, I'll put in another quick little chat just to acknowledge that Dave thanks the participants coming through the channel.
Oh man, I know if Motorbomb was here, he'd be linked in, and we'd be having a lot of Motorbomb's got friends. Let me tell you, that guy knows everything. And they love him. They appreciate him. Here's what he shares everything. Motorbomb, if he's got knowledge in his head about something, he makes sure you understand it. You know, he gave me an idea, and I implemented his idea, and my life was better for it. You know.
Yeah.
So,
anyway, you should see my little chat there on your. But you don't have to bring it up. But you can bring it up if you want for everyone to see.
No, did you just do a chat? Did you just type something?
I just typed something.
No, you didn't come up in my page.
I did.
No, you came up probably in your page, but everybody that's chatting on your page is coming up, but I didn't see anything from you.
Okay. It's because I did it in your StreamYard, I think. In the StreamYard, but that should come up. But anyway, it don't matter. I'll have a look.
You typed it from your stream. It would be just like all these other guys coming through your stream, I would think. But hey,
do you see our friend American Outlaw?
No, I do not. Yes, I do. Yes, he's up there. Yes, there he is. Right there.
There he is. There, right there. So American Outlaw's there. He had a bit of a sad old story. His doctors have told him, "You cannot ride the bike. Don't be silly." And he's, the sort of sensible man he is. He's actually listening to the advice from the medical people and being a realist with his situation. And he doesn't know where to move forward there, but it wouldn't matter what he posted. He's a good guy, and I will happily follow his channel, is what I tried to convey to him. You know, like, it's not about the bike, American Outlaw. It's about you. So whatever you post, whatever you think is a good thing to make a film about, we'll have a watch. You know, we'll make a comment, and hopefully in time, you can put a little bit of a donation thing at the bottom of your channel, and people can help you and your family a little bit. You know, it may not be a motorcycle that you can ride, American Outlaw. It may be a trike, you know. But I know it's not even about that. It's it's your health issues, and yes, I get it. But we were so interested in your enthusiasm for your new project that it made for very entertaining YouTubing, and the bike was one way that we connected, but it's not everything, you know. That's sort of what I wanted to say, Mac. Over to you.
Let me bring it back here. Here we go.
Over to you.
Let me see. Let's see what American Outlaw had to say. I figured I'd get booted from the island, so to speak. No bike. And OG.
Oh no, man, no.
Yeah, that's really good though. See, yeah, just
So I believe I held a live. OC came in, and I think just clicked, gravitated, went like this content, like what this, you know, and it was just as the interaction was just the same. Like this guy, like the way he comments. Let's talk more. And sure enough, we've been going on probably 2 weeks now. And how lucky for OC to hear that story tonight about the bung-eye sheriff who pointing down pointing his gun at a couple of wayward kids in the town, and they all scrambled like jackrabbits. I thought it was funny. So there's some good things that are happening because we collaborate as YouTubers, and that's gold. And I reckon we're doing the right thing, Mac. And if it's only a small audience, that's good. It doesn't matter what audience we have. I think this is gold.
If we did this during your time slot, this board would be lit up over here. You know,
my time spot's still going.
Yeah,
my time spot's never ending, mate. There are people that don't sleep. There are people that they love coming onto Dave's channel for a chat. It's always, I've been looking at the views I've been getting, and there are quite a few views. Like it blows me away. You know, I'm just a dude sitting in a shed having a drink and a smoke and chit chatting and saying hello. I think it's because I acknowledge people in the chat rather than be so self-egotistical to not and ignore everybody. I think that's probably why we connect with our viewers and interact with them.
A lot of people come to our channel because this is the history channel. Since I was born before World War II, mine is all about ancient history, you know, early American history. I don't have any other histories to draw from. Rural America, you know, the Huckleberry Finn thing, the river, the gators, and the big snakes, and that's all a part of our life, you know. And a lot of people have not lived in an area where you could be killed just by walking in the woods from a viper, or step in the wrong creek and have something to suck you down under the water, you know. I mean, I think I saw North by Northeast. He said, "Ha, good one, Mac." I think he might have saw my little video that I posted last night, Dave. My Met Man of Coleman County.
Oh, it was genuinely scary, mate. It was genuinely bloody scary.
Well, it was calculated to keep you in suspense.
I think, and another good one that you did was you and Joe. I hope you do a few more of those comedy skits, that you'd have a bit of a chit chat. That, you know, we miss him on your screen. You can tell Joe that.
Dave, did you not realize how many people got angry at us for doing that skit? My own sister wrote me a long letter and chastised me, and my older sister had to explain to the younger sister it was a skit, that we was just having fun. Then when she realized that we had pulled her leg, I think it even made her madder. Little Joe, oh man, we was drinking some whiskey and was doing our dope and riding our Harleys and
Look, I got it, but yeah, I didn't expect the fallout, but at least it got a reaction.
yes,
It got a
did.
reaction. What was the? Oh, I mean, I don't really care, but obviously, it was not like your gun videos. You didn't get the same views as your gun videos.
Oh
Uh,
no. Our
but
gun
you've
videos
now attracted.
our gun videos are a real thing, and our skit that we did was we had no written script. This all came out of our head just as we produced it. I mean, the idea, and he told me he was coming over. I said, Joe, let me get my camera set up. And when you seen him coming down my driveway, I already knew he was coming, and
Yeah,
the skit just developed from there, and
yeah.
I kept
Because
dragging him out.
he just took the big bottle. Was it tea or something, or
Yeah, it was
what
sweet,
was the drink? It was
sweet.
tea. Yeah, sweet tea.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
staggering all, and that lady up in Connecticut, she wrote me later. She said that man was staggering drunk, and how you would let him go out on the road like that. I said, well, we
no,
live in the
good.
village. And I said, all my neighbors are all drunk. Everybody around me is drunk, so we are used to watching out for drunks,
Yeah,
which is not
Mr.
true.
Leahy drunk. He was really Mr. Leahy drunk, wasn't he, Joe? But yeah, if he can, um, the world wants to see more of him. He's definitely a movie star, and pay no mind to my questions about why he carries a gun and rah rah rah, and uh, we just love seeing him on screen because he's got a presence. And you two together is definitely a comedy show.
He feels good. He feels good about himself, and it's no issue of me whatsoever. But I've had
Yeah,
people, does he carry a gun all the time? And this is in America where this is not a thing. You can go to Walmart and you see people walking in and out with their, hey, listen to this, the strangest thing. I went to the bank and the guy in front of me was carrying a sidearm and he was just a customer. Back 20 or so years ago, you couldn't go in the bank carrying a sidearm, because they think
yeah.
you go to rob the bank. And
But now it's an everyday occurrence.
yeah.
Mm. Yeah, well, that's what it's like. I mean, there's some bad neighborhoods. People want what you have, but they ain't going to get it because you'll defend it. So I get it why you've got an arsenal. Just it's for Australians who are, predominantly law abiding, and we've given our guns over to the police. The police have got the guns, not us. It feels relatively safe, but here I am walking through life with blinkers on. I'm the old draft horse, clip clop, clopping away, and I've got my, bloody, what do you call them things again? And I don't want to see it. I just want to go clip clop,
Hey,
and
Dave. Hey, Dave, I got a question for you.
yes, mate.
What goes clip clop, bang, clip clop, bang, clip clop, bang?
Go on. What?
It's a drive-by Amish shooting.
Drive-by Amish shoot. Did you hear that, chat? Watch the chat light up. We've got room on Dave's channel for dad lame jokes. Here they're going to come thick and fast now.
Yeah.
An armed society is a polite society. Well, it has to be, Jeff O'Donnell, you know. Law-abiding, speak for yourself. I personally am a naughty bastard. No worry. Well, I am speaking for myself, OC. I definitely am. Um, I definitely am speaking for myself. I want to be. Um, I don't want to waste the night down the station, if you know what I mean. I'm quite happy sitting in the shed talking with you guys and going out and doing a bloody servo over. You know, I've got no reason to no reason to do that.
So OC is
Anyway,
in America we refer to OC as a bloody wanker.
yeah, right.
Naughty bastard, bloody wanker. You're a
You
bloody
bloody
wanker.
wanker.
Only thing I know about Australian language is meeting guys like Dave and all. Oh, we used to have the Aussies to come over to American Ham Fest. They would come over and visit. They stayed in Tacoma, Washington. They was friends of mine, but I would arrange for them to have sleeping quarters and stuff at a friend of mine's house because he had a much bigger spread. And they would come over and bring slideshows and show us the outback, Ayers Rock, and all that stuff. They love Australia. I mean, they loved it, and we loved hearing them telling the stories about Australia.
Mm.
Operators.
I've got a different route that I'm going to start the journey on, Max. So that should be quite fascinating too. Telling the story about the returned soldiers from World War II were given parcels of land, and they developed that land into farms, and they're still pretty much alive today. All that farming area that we're going as part of the route in the beginning of the trip, because it's not the goldfields now that I'm going into. I'm going into the rich agricultural food bowl of Western Australia that actually feeds not only Australia but the world. You know, the big ships that come into Fremantle get poured with the grain that's grown in these areas. So it's fascinating that we have a land mass and farming area that can feed the world with its, you know, everybody loves bread. You know, bread's got to come from somewhere, and Australia grows it, and America buys it, turns it into flour, and you eat it at the shops. So it's good to, but I really want to focus on some of the traditions that are slowly going away. And it struck a chord the other live when someone mentioned damper and the Billy Tea, and it's a whole process. It's a whole other world to to uh, to experience that. So I've got to go to my old farmhouse where I'm sure the farmer won't mind, and I'll just find an old plough disc, and that'll be my barbecue plate, and we'll cook the duck on the old plough disc, and or I'll look for a bit of a grate, but I'll try and pick up my cooking utensils from the junk heap on the old farm. So that'll be a bit of fun. But the Billy Tea I'll definitely buy from the camp shop, and we're doing a bit of rustic travel, mate, because it's getting warm enough now to do some camping and tell some Australian tales by the campfire, and talk about the flora, the fauna, and my love for the bush, and what I experienced growing up in as an Aussie kid. And you know, there is a romanticism, is that the right word? Romanticism about the pioneering spirit that settled the country in Western Australia, and it's only 220 years old tops. Western Australia, its settlement. It's a lot older if you consider the Aboriginal story, like the paintings that you saw last night from Rod B. That's a whole new, different ball game and a whole new, different story. But for the moment, I wouldn't mind focusing on what settlement in Western colonialisation, I guess, in Western Australia. That would be the best way of saying it. You know, how was Western Australia colonised? How did we all start? And you know, why did we need such immigration from Fremantle? Why was Fremantle so important to Western Australia? And why do I keep gravitating to that spot of Fremantle? Why do I keep going to the port? You know, put my bike on a ship and the next destination could be Florida, you know, sailing into Florida. Who knows? You know, it's that would be ideal for me, you know, a ship sailing up from Fremantle to America. And I get to spend, you know, the 3 weeks on the ship as it sails from Perth to America. I would enjoy something like that rather than a plane. I've got the time to do it. That to me would be great, you know. And during that 3 weeks, I'm working as a bloody, you know, galley cook or something in the galley, you know, washing the pots maybe, or you know, having to cook a big tray of eggs and bacon for the boys, who were all the staff who were on the ship. The Merchant Navy. I had a chef in my apprenticeship who was a chef on a merchant navy, and it was, by all accounts, a good life. You know, I might think about looking into that. I have a fondness of being out in the sea for some reason. It's and I also get the same feeling on a motorcycle. It's weird, Mac, but the same sense of travel. You're moving somewhere, you know, you're not stagnant, you're not sitting still. And I've also experienced that with sailing on a sailing boat. There's something about sailing that is a lot similar to the wind riding through your hair and your face on a bike when you're sailing on a ship, that I strike a chord with. And I miss it dearly, and because I miss it dearly, I'm almost going to start bawling my eyes out because I had such a good fucking time at sea. And I'm, you know, in hindsight, I'm really surprised I didn't join the Navy for some fucking reason. I probably would have loved that more than the Army and might have even stayed a little bit longer. But there you go. There you go. That's my little story. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, viewers? Motorboom.
Oh yes,
Okay.
a motorbomb's going to take us through his tunnel.
Okay, good.
That would be
He's
a
going to
thrill
come through
to see on your link. Get to see motorbomb riding through the tunnel.
That's worth sticking around for. And then we're going to, what's the word? Then we're going to wrap it up here in Dave's channel because I actually want to go to bed. But I would love to see Motorborn ride through the tunnel and listen to the decel on that Harley.
Oh yeah, look at the OC's comment there.
I can't read it. Can you read it for us, Mac?
Oh yeah, I have a GoPro chat with Aborigines, a bit of a dance, barbecue camp, fire, and chatted motorbike tour. That would be awesome. You know, he wanted to know earlier, was you going to include some of the indigenous people in some of your you know,
if the opportunity, I see, if the opportunity presents itself,
you never know how
they want to be on camera. There's a lot of indigenous that believe that the camera is stealing them youth, stealing them spirit. The camera's stealing them spirit. That's a lot of them what they believe. Not always. If you just generally ask them, so if the opportunity presents itself, you can bet your bottom dollar, mate, that the cameras rolling and capturing their story, because their story is fascinating. You know, I would love nothing better than to rock up when they're having a bloody goanna on the fire. And, you know, because it's happened to me before. And you're just having a munch on the old leg of the goanna. And it, yeah, and the black fellas sort of appreciate you, that you sat down with them. You know, you're not high and mighty and going, "Oh, you dirty old black fellas," because there is that's a stigma also within Australia. You know,
Oh, sure, we have the
um,
same in America.
yeah. So you know, you're gonna get that everywhere. And um, me personally, you know, I'm sorry I didn't film the interaction that I had up in the north and the Kimberleys, where I wanted to do this painting and use the um, Aboriginal flag, but not paint the Aboriginal, but just use the Aboriginal colours. But before I did that, I asked permission from an Aboriginal artist if that was okay to do it. And I got the permission. And because there was a few people that asked, "Oh, you know, you're a white fella. What are you doing painting black fella stuff?" I said, "Oh, well, I asked permission first to do it." Oh, yeah, yeah, okay, no worries. So, you learn that sort of stuff at uni. You learn to respect art practices, the Indigenous art practice of the Kimberleys. And I didn't mind asking this woman, because she's there in an art gallery painting these pictures that look like carving, not carving, paintings on rocks in caves in the Kimberleys. That's sort of they're definitely historical, but she's good at it, and she's been asked down the knowledge of how to paint that story. And so I asked permission from her. I didn't need anyone else. You know, here's an authentic Indigenous artist making a spiritual connection with her culture and providing us a glimpse into that world. It's only a glimpse. Do you mind if I do a painting about medical cannabis for Indigenous people and show this border, which is saying it's predominantly for Indigenous people. It's why I want the border to represent Indigenous people. But the marijuana leaf and the Red Cross is definitely a Western concept. But it was just about respect, I think, because I get a lot of people on my chat asking me, "Do you talk to black fellas?" I mean, it's almost hate chat. But I think a lot of black fellas come to my chat room, Old Mac. But where's Motorborn? Is he in the tunnel yet?
No, he'll pop in. When the link shows up, you'll see him. He'll pop in like he did yesterday, and that was so cool. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. No, we did. He may have even got the I don't know. I won't say anything because I just am happy whatever he provides. I was thinking if he had the phone set up where we could, you know, see. He probably really needs a 360 camera where everything is captured. But it's expensive too. Those 360 cameras aren't cheap.
Hey, Motor Bomb, do whatever you got to do, buddy. Just turn yourself on. And anything I can do on this end to help you, you let me know, and I will do it from this end. But you do what you did yesterday, and you'll be fine. Everybody would love to see it. And going through the tunnel, I think with all the lights and the walls and the tile and everything, I think it'd be beautiful in there. But you'd be all about whatever you're doing in the tunnel, just keep your eye on the tunnel. We don't want you to graze the side of it.
You know, I'm just coughing. I'm just reading OC's comments. And I like the suggestions. So I really like those suggestions, OC. So what does it call that? Writer, that's not producing, but how do I credit you? I guess concept developer. There you go. Another little string to your bow you can put on your resume. I am a concept developer for filmmakers. There you go. Oh, Lord knows how much you're going to charge for that. But anyway.
I don't even know
Brilliant idea.
I don't even know if StreamYard even I knew that the kind of things we'll do with StreamYard, create our own links. What I'd like to see, what I've thought about this, I laid there last night. If say Motorbomb's got 10 on his and I've got 10 over on mine guests, if there's some way we can split the screen and we could have 20, they'd be littler, smaller pictures, but the names would be there. Them guys have got to work this out so we can get 2 live feeds on at the same time.
Again, Mac, that is a collaboration of collaborations. That's what this guy was talking about. That if you want to get good at YouTube, collaborate. It's the way to go. Don't and I think to a certain degree Shade Tree Surgeon does that with all different YouTubers. He interacts with all different YouTubers. I think and meeting YouTubers in real life situations where we can film each other is really important, and how the history of that meeting can be traced back to the early chats and how they got to know each other through this medium. So that's a little thing for viewers. The other thing is, I'm not going to have what Danny Bogan has is mass meet and greets. I'm certainly not that popular. But I would rather meet and have interactions with people on a one-on-one sort of, or in a small group situation than a big meet and greet where everybody is going to one sort of area at one time, and I'll make sure that I'm there so I can meet people. That becomes that's sort of not what I want to do. And I've tried that, and then the second time I tried it, I got 3 people. The first time I tried it, I had got none. But that's all right. Now I'd get certainly more, but I'd rather do a meeting where something is actually set up, and like a lot what Motorborn did yesterday. He met a YouTuber in an environment that's there's no pressure, and you don't have to be on camera if you don't want to, or you can both be filming and making content of the meeting. So there's lots to explore with collaboration, and I think it's the way to go for me. You're collaborating, but this is the way we can do it, Mac.
Well, I just set Motorbomb up with full authority, as far as his power he has over there. He can make any changes he needed, and the moderator, he's got full authority on moderation. So feel free, Motorbomb, to do whatever you need to do, and instead of being a standard moderator, he's now the big cheese moderator.
Yeah, he's the big cheese.
Yeah. If that makes any sense.
If you want to post a link, see if I can. Okay, yeah. So did you get your link of the StreamYard in the current chat? I think that's what we need to do right now, Mac.
I think he can probably do it from his end. Yesterday, just like we were sitting right here this way, he did everything he needed to do over there. I didn't have to change anything for him.
Yeah, I think what he's asking for is just the link of your
Oh,
live, and you just
oh,
quickly just upload it now because I'm just
oh,
looking back and it's not in the chat. It's
oh,
quite
okay.
a long, lengthy. It's quite
It's,
a long, lengthy chat, mate. You've got a lot of people who have come in.
let me see if I can get this in here. There we go. I didn't understand. I guess I didn't read it thorough, and now you got it right there. There you go, buddy. It's way up there in the chat's way up in there, but yeah, that takes care of it right there.
Right there. Now I'm just going to slip out for a second, Mac. Little boy's room, and I'll be right back.
Well,
So
we'll keep a light on for you.
But I'll mute the mic.
All right, buddy.
So you don't hear the polecats running around in the shed.
Oh, there he goes. Look at me. I'm running the switchboard here. I've got levers and I'm pushing buttons. I'm bringing people up. I think Dave is probably getting ready so that when Motobomb comes in here, he'll be all up and ready for it. Oh, so there's a way of doing this. Well, I appreciate you being here, OC. You can find your way back. Here's Dave back now. You can find your way back to my channel or through Dave's channel. Just come on in. Oh man, I heard that top pop.
Hey, don't we love an old cold beer?
Yeah, it'll be beer 30. It won't be long. It'll be beer 30 here.
Yeah, no, I love me an old beer, that's for sure. So it shouldn't be long before Motorbombs gets the I'll just have a look at the links here. Thank you, OC. No, that's a really nice comment. But I like the idea about showcasing their artwork, chat with the artists and locals with coffee shops, give urban legends. I think it would be a sweet experience and sweet to see on YouTube in a series of lives. I think so too. OC, I think you raised some really good points. This one particular, I have you'd have a GoPro chats with the Aboriginals, you'd get a dance and a barbecue campfire, chats with the motorbike tour. So the motorbike tour that you're doing, all I remember about the black fellas in their country is all the kids would just they'd go straight to the bike. They'd want to sit on it and their dirty, grubby hands and everything, they scratch it. And you just sort of, it's a bit until they touch it. And when they touch it, then it's real, if that makes sense. They've just got to touch it, or it's not a real thing. Look at that.
This is for OC. He hasn't been here before, so let me bring it up. There's Old Mack right here. That's Old Mack right there. Ain't that a feeling of freedom right there? Me and steam trains. The old steam train. There's Old Mack making some noise. Old Mack all up in there. And we landed.
Actually, can you show us the steam train?
Oh, the steam train?
Can you show us the steam train clock?
Sure. Here,
I hear it.
Let me bring it up.
I'd love to know how it works. Does the little steam engine come out?
No. Let me get the camera over there on the steam train. Oh, there's so much reflected light. Let me stand up and I can get over closer to it. Maybe I can do this. No,
Yeah, that's too much. There's too much glare on the glass.
yeah, it's just almost impossible.
Oh, what a shame, Mac. I can't really see it. Yeah, okay. Bad call on mine. Just dismissed that last. But I love this. I love the sign of the old Mac. Hey,
Maybe, yeah.
the feeling of
Here,
being
hang
on
on.
your trapper.
Hang on. Maybe we can still make it where you can see it. Can you see the steam train now? Can
No,
you see
not
that?
clearly, Mac. But I am on my phone. I can see something. Yeah, I can see the steam train. I can. I did get it.
And
And
you
that
recognize?
makes the noise. I actually, I was sitting there thinking,
Yeah, it's like the steam train at Grinder Switch.
anyway, it's hard. Yeah. And it's good that you've got your big telly and you can see all the messages. You can see your screen, and there we are up on the big screen. Bloody hell! And I'm here on a tiny little screen here in Australia, and it's a pokey little thing, Mac. It's a pokey little thing, but it doesn't matter. We're
Yeah, this. Let me see if we can see this. Yeah, this monitor. Let's see. There's what we're seeing here. Oh, that's what he did yesterday. The infinity look. Let me take it back
yeah,
here.
the infinity look.
See, that's what
It's
I
crazy,
see.
isn't it?
See the monitor. That is weird. The look of infinity.
That's good. It's the look of infinity. It's great, Mac. It's the new moving of technology. So, few more. Absolutely got B by bike, and that sounds like he let off the throttle. Okay, I didn't see that. Maybe I'm in a bit of a delay, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm right. I'm live now with you, aren't I? We're live. We're live and direct, aren't we?
Yeah. When I move my hand, my camera over here can see me. My phone can, and so it's moving right along at the same beat, pretty close.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a delay there, but not much.
Oh, it's got to process it. I think that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure, but I've got instant back on my little camera. It's all in live. Mac, it is bedtime for me. Look, it's nearly 11:30 at night. I'm actually going to wrap it up. I enjoyed hanging out on my Tuesday night with you, listening to your stories about the bung-eyed sheriff pointing a gun at a couple of kids, so they ran away. That was a funny story.
Yeah,
Most happy to hear that story. Definitely worth making a song about, or staging it as a sort of got it to make a good play or something. It's more fucking film worthy than someone reading the news, if that makes sense, or on a bus, or driving in a car, something like that, telling the story, and then the other shots, the kids running away, a big close up to the sheriff with his gun and his bung eye, and the little kid with his Dennis the Menace, asking, well, how come you got a bung eye? I can just imagine the whole thing as a series of storyboards.
Yeah, we were all scared of.
So, it's only through ideas. I'll just finish this. It's only through ideas that prompt that you get something that is worthy to make a film about. Because you want to tell the story and try and and capture. We might not get the look of the sheriff correct, but we've got a rough idea. He's got to have a terrible eye, and he's got to be in his uniform, and he's got to have his hat. There also has to be a car that depicts its been in the past. You don't want that cop to be in a modern car because it loses its validity of the story. And then the opening shot is an old man telling the story, rocking on the rocking chair, and the little ones are listening to the story, and
Yeah, when I was young.
yeah, just and to me that's a page out of Huckleberry Finn, and I'm pretty sure my audience gets it too. The ones that have tuned in tonight anyway, it's been a treat, absolute treat. Thank you for sharing, Mac, and hopefully it goes some way to addressing some of the issues that were talked about you don't get a chance to tell your stories anymore because everybody else is talking. And you're sharing your lives with conversations that are going everywhere because you're following a chat rather than one of your stories. So it was good that you had a chance to tell those stories.
Look there, Dave has got a manly stash. Look at that beautiful manly stash here, and look at compared to Old Mac. Now let's go over Old Mac. Looks like a pussy. Looks like a pussy.
Don't matter. When I get to your age, mate, mine will look the same. Mine will look the same.
Well, if you had as much radiation shot into you as I have, they put me in the hospital in Warrensburg, Missouri. We had a nuclear accident, and it burnt 20% of my lungs out, all in just in a second. Just one little micro burst from this. I think it was some kind of some isotope that we was dealing with, and anyhow, it was an accident. I stayed for a few days over at Warrensburg. And then, of course, you saw my video where I was celebrating surviving 5 years cancer survivor.
Yep.
Lot of chemicals in my body. I got a video of me with no hair. My hair fell out. I went in there and I was showering, and all my beard, my eyebrows, all the stuff. I had a lot of loss of hair, but it came back.
Hey, it came back. No, I mean,
look at that. Look at the hair. I got hair.
Yeah.
I got some hair.
And that's important, that's important. Cancer is and the treatment of the cancer is so ruthless, isn't it? You feel so. It's something I haven't gone through, so actually I'm reluctant to comment because I just don't know. I've gone through different cancer treatments to you. My cancer is on my organ that surrounds my body, which is my skin. That's where cancer has got me. Internally, I don't know. It's a strange one, but I do get myself checked out regularly and nothing yet. But who knows what this eye is? So we'll find out what it is and we'll get it removed. And I think it's because of motorcycle riding. I can't help but think of a grit of sand gets into a pearl and a protective layer grows and a protective layer grows. And I think that's what's happened in my eye. And it's turned into a hard, like pearl-like thing. So I could be wrong, but that's what it feels like. So when I talk to the optometrist, the special one, ophthalmologist, they're called an ophthalmologist. So that's a step up from optometrist. Then
you know, Dave, you know, Dave, you and I, we have a link. We have a really genuine link, a DNA link. You and I, we both have blue eyes, and
Yep.
our gene can be traced back to a single individual, and the rest of the people can't say that.
Hey,
Look at it.
my
Blue-eyed
brother.
people all trace back to one gene, and
Mm,
people, the other variants of colors of their eyes, unless they're
yeah.
blue, they can't claim that.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that. But
Yeah,
there was a bit more than an eye colour for our connection, Mac. I think it's bloody motorcycles and the fact we love Harley Davidson. I think that's our link.
and we have a zest for life too. You know, you have a certain amount of zest for life, and we have quite a bit of theatrics and showmanship and this kind of stuff, and like to share our adventures. And you're the same way, so we share that thing about our dominance as far as storytelling.
Mm.
And you've got a lot to say. I look at it this way: at 84 years of age, if I don't do my talking now, who's going to talk
Yeah,
for me?
don't have any regrets, man. Don't
No.
have any regrets. You know, just when the time comes, it's there and it's going to be living on after you've gone. These stories are now up for the rest of as long as the power's on. You know,
Oh,
they're recorded and saved.
let me see them.
Someone,
Oh, okay. Uh, uh, let me put my chats back on the stream here. Here we go. Um, I guess Motorbama, he might have run into an issue or something because he would, but he's a little bit of ways from the tunnel. He's probably waiting until he gets up to the tunnel. I don't know.
yeah,
Um,
that's what he'll do. Oh, look, I'm sorry, north by southwest, southeast. I've got to get my geography right and my compass bearings. North by southeast is saying good night, Dave, and I'm glad I spotted that, and I can say good night to North by Southeast. However, he's probably gone already. But if he re-watches this, good night, North by Southeast. Then the next comment is yes, it does. I see sharing your experience and makes damn good friends along the way. It's a good thing. That's why you boys make as many videos as you will, and we will. Mac's videos today, that was a very good one. I neglected to edit my videos today. I'm putting off. I've got another video in the GoPro and I just haven't done it yet. So I've been lazy today. But that's all right. I'll get it out soon.
we're going to go for a ride tomorrow, Dave. Yeah, I'm almost certain it's going to be tomorrow or Thursday. We're going to go for a ride. It's going to be one of them talking rides, and we'll probably go back into some of the stuff, some of the days of the 50s and 60s, because a lot of these young folks here only know about the 50s and 60s from what they read in the book, and you're looking at a person that was there in 1940s, all through the 40s. I was there before the boys went to war. I was there when the boys came home from the war, and then I was there for the Korean War, and of course I lived through the Vietnam War. So we got, but the 40s and the 50s, man, it was a different world. Your country was different in 1950. 50 and 60 was probably great times for Australia as well as it was for us. Um, the
No
40s,
doubt.
the 40s was really dark because there was an imminent war, and then it took so many million lives. I mean, millions of people died in that period of time, and so the sadness swept over the country. But then we blossomed up through the 50s. Rock and roll music came, that devil's music, all the wonderful, exciting things. The transistor was formed. Transistor,
Mm.
binary language was presented to the people. Once a binary language then became the digital world, and this is where we are today. So we've lived from the days before transistors, before the atomic bomb, before the atom was ever split, and we're still alive today to be able to tell the story. There's a lot of men my age, is 84 years of age, that are still here, but they don't have any ability to convey the story or a desire to convey the stories to those that want to hear. They have a struggle, and I was very fortunate not to have the struggle. So that's my story.
No,
Yeah.
save it for the ride. Save it for the ride, please. Because we must remember that at the heart of YouTubing is content creating. It isn't lives. Lives are just a good way to prompt our ideas, move our channels a little bit, grow our channels a little bit. I'm sure that everyone has come in through my channel, has struck a chord with your Mac and hit that subscribe button. And I give thanks for that. You know, you've been able to grow your channel a little bit based on like what OC is saying, based on storytelling and sharing of experience and an authenticity. And they've gravitated towards that. And man, that's what this guy was talking about on the YouTube shoots. This is what YouTube is about, and the name YouTube. It could in our case be called Us Tube because it's us, both of us, but it's YouTube, and we get a chance to be ourselves. We and if you don't like what you see, you know, there's plenty of other things to see that have fireworks and whiz bang things going off to um, you know, ignite your senses of what you need to see. But just sitting around a couple of old guys like a Dukes of Hazzard episode, I'll drink to that. And that's why you and me and 2-4 said, mate, I can sit and have a drink with you and just talk to you for hours.
Well, we'd have a lot of.
I get a bit.
We would have a lot of drinks, Dave.
Oh, I get my sleep patterns all fucked up because I keep wanting to hear stories and keep wanting to talk to you. So I've got to address that and actually have a good night's sleep. And maybe
Dave,
that might.
when I do my video, Dave, I'm going to tell you about a Dukes of Hazzard moment with me. Me and a guy named Willie Burlett. He's going to be a new character in a story I'm going to tell you about. Willie Burlett. Willie Burlett is no longer here. He was a dear friend for 25 years. And Willie Burlett is with me on a. See, Willie Burlett is a northern boy born in Tacoma, Washington, had never been exposed to southern people. And for 25 years, he would listen to my stories. And one day he got to be a part of my story, a Dukes of Hazzard moment where we had to jump a river to get to the other side. I'll tell you all about it in a video. How we jumped.
Don't tell me now.
Yeah, I won't. I'll
Don't
tell
tell me
you.
now. I want to watch it.
Remember the name?
I want to watch that.
Willie Burlett.
Mr. Burnett.
Yeah,
Mr. Burlett.
Oh yeah, he's going to be.
Mr. W. Burlett.
He's going to be the W. Burlett. He's going to be the Floyd Potts guy, but he's going to be experiencing a Dukes of Hazzard moment with Old Mack.
Fucking oath. You crazy Southern boy. You crazy.
We took our Southern ways all the way to the Northwest, and they loved it.
Has Recycled Hooligan reached out to do a ride with you?
Oh yeah, we have tried to work out details, but he has to work all kinds of hours. He's
Yeah,
not
okay.
not at the age where he can take off when he wants, or he's not financially able to just take off when he wants. He still has to answer to the man, to do
Yeah,
his
I get
job.
it.
So
I get it. I
he
get it.
wanted
I get it.
he wanted to ride with me and Ray, but he had to work. Then he wanted to get together with me, but he had to work. And then the days he gets off, he has things he wants to do too. He had a tattoo he wanted to go do, so he had to go and take
That's true.
off to go do a tattoo.
It's a beauty, isn't it? John Wayne, the Duke. Did you see the Duke on his leg? He got the Marty Duke.
I know about it. I haven't seen it. Okay,
It's a
sorry,
fucking
I
classic.
couldn't see very well. Once I got outside, I found that I joined the Dave chat, so I couldn't see the link. Oh, he came in through your chat, I guess. He didn't come through mine.
Okay, so
And
the link's there. We've got to post it again.
let me see if I can. I'm going to put the link in there one more time here. So, okay, and I'll put it right over here. I think he's already. I mean, the glare on the phone is why I couldn't. Oh, I see. The sun was so bright on his phone he couldn't read the StreamYard. Let me get you back in, Dave. And let me push the button. There we go.
Can
Yeah, he,
Motorborn see it?
yeah, he couldn't see it because of the glare on the glass. Well, it didn't work out this time, but maybe the next time. I was hoping the boys would be able to see you go through the tunnel. Okay, buddy. Well, I already done it, but well, you have a good day, Motorbomb, at work, and well, Dave, I think he wants to get his rest. Let me go ahead and wrap this up, Dave. I want to thank everybody that came and joined in through Dave's link, and come and join Old Mac. And if you like more of the stories, come to Old Mac's channel. Just come at YouTube at Old Mac, one word, Old Mac. And you'll find me, and I've got a lot of videos of riding and talking, and I'm going to be doing a lot more of them. Oh, he's going to join in a second. He's
Okay.
still. Well, hang on a little bit longer, Dave. And
Don't put your popcorn away yet, viewers.
yeah. See, I'll put it.
We've got our roving reporter on standby.
I will join in a second. So anyhow, you guys can find your way to Old Mac's channel. Can come over, and we've got videos go all the way back to 2007. I think there's over 500 total.
Excuse me, Jack. It's always a good
Oh, sorry.
day. That's the.
It's
always a good day to see Motorbo in Virginia.
Yeah, I thought you was having a little bit of a cough, and I was giving you a little space.
Okay, well we'll wait for Motorborn Virginia to.
Okay.
Oh no, I did, but that's my own fault, silly boy me. Drawing too much on that. Yeah. So there are a few people still in the chat, so I can still get the comments.
Oh, I guess he's gonna. Well, let's see. We'll just wait and see. I'll show you what he posted there. Oh, here we go. There, the man himself. Look right here.
Man, I'm real sorry, you guys. I'm still a
Hey,
newbie
there
in
you
all this. I know, poor Dave. I know you've been trying to get off, man. That's why I try to get on, do a little replacement for a few minutes, and just say hi too, man.
Oh, thanks, mate. Look, tag out. It's just a tag team. Tagging.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tag out and keep Old Mac company. Are you So what, you had a bit of work
Yeah, I just got to work
today?
So, yeah. Got all my
You're at the
different
shop or you're going
background
to
get
work
used
now?
to. Yeah. There's nothing
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on
yeah,
right
no, it
now,
is.
so I'm good.
Yeah, same with me. Look, hey, I don't know if you caught any of it. It was absolute story time, straight from the pages of Huckleberry Finn,
Yeah.
listening to Mac and having him have the whole floor. So we were lucky, but luckily enough, Old Mac still got enough stories that he can do a video tomorrow of W. Baltimore. And I don't think it was Baltimore. You're going to have to refresh me on the name. I got the first name right. What, William?
Burlette, like a bird, cook a bird, Burlette.
Burlette.
Yeah.
Mr. W. Burlette. So stay tuned, viewers, for Mac's story about W. Burlette and them crossing the river to get to the other side. So this is going to be interesting. I'm trying to build it up as much as I can, Mac. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like an exciting time. So, and that's good that the lives don't get all the stories from Mac. You do have to tune into some of his videos to get the full. You do have to tune into some of his videos to get. Fuck, I have got a deep voice. I have got a deep voice.
Well, it's been a good morning this morning, Moto. I didn't get to see. Oh, there's retired rider. Well, it's been a good morning this morning, Moto.
Good
I
morning.
didn't get to see. Oh, there's retired rider. Well, I hear my own voice. I hear my own voice.
So it looks to me
I'm
like
gonna
he's
pop
got
in on the
the
computer is what I'm trying to do and get off this
yeah.
phone.
So and then
Pop in on the computer is what I'm trying to do and get off.
the delay is absolutely insane. Jeez, it's hard when you've had a couple of drinks and a couple of smokes and you hear what you're saying.
I'll be back.
Well, this
Okay.
Dave, this gives you the opportunity to talk back to the voices in your head.
Oh, doesn't it? What? Bloody hell, Mac. Talking back to the voices in your head. They never said anything so kind, actually. The voices in my head are usually ones of, what are you thinking of that? Well, the negative. So I try and ignore the voices in my head. But occasionally I get a couple of good ones, Old Mac. And mind you, it was definitely my good friend Jeff from Australia who said, Dave, get a camera and start filming what you're doing. You've actually got a talent for this, so have a crack. So
I've got a message for a retired rider. My son watched the 5-hour video. He's off on his day off work. He watched our 5-hour video, and retired rider. He said you was one good-looking guy. He said, "Who is that good-looking guy out of Cleveland, out of Cincinnati?" And I told him who he was. He said, "Man, he just really a clean dude." He said he could be a mayor or something. That's what my son had to say about you. That was about retired rider.
yeah, I know. Because he's
There's
trim
that good. There's that
and
good
we're
looking.
not, Mac.
Look at that right there. There he is on my screen.
There he is. There he is.
You know, the
There you
rest
go,
of
John.
us.
Good.
The rest of us kind of was all disheveled and everything, and you come in, you're all neat, and the hair was just right and everything. And, yeah. And he said, "Dad, you know you're going to lead him astray."
Well, I appreciate the compliments, though. That's awesome.
That just made me laugh. Hello, Mr. Ray.
What's up?
Hey, Ray.
Oh, hey, Moto was over. What happened to Moto over there? Oh, he must have been trying something.
Hey,
He wanted to get on his computer because he had too much delay on his phone. Would that be right? Yeah. Yep. All right, Ray. Retired rider. Ray Gregory rides at Motorborn, Virginia. I'm going to leave you in good hands with Mr. Old Mac, and I'm out of here, and I might just watch from the sides. Pleasure being with you this evening, Old Mac. I don't know. I've definitely been hanging out with you for three hours. It's been a lovely visit at your house, I must say.
I love you, man. You're always welcome to my place.
Thank you for having me at your place, and thank you for having my guests from my channel at your house as well. Old Mac, you're just like a bloody chapter out of Huckleberry Finn, and I was privileged enough to learn about the bung-eye copper who had a bung eye, and a little Dennis the Menace kid coming up to the copper and saying, "What's wrong with your eye?" The copper pulling out his big 38 special and saying, "For my slanner side." And the kids just all give it legs. That was the best story I've heard in years.
Yo,
But I can't wait to hear about. I've got it again. I know it's Burkholt.
No, Burlette.
W. Burlett, Mr. W. Burlett. Only because I didn't write it down. I keep forgetting. Burlett. I know the name Burlett. We have Burletts in Australia. Burlett, the Burlett family, but none of them are like the patriarch W. William Burlett. I look forward to that story, guys. Everyone have a lovely day in America.
All right, you do the
Mr.
same.
Gregory, John, Motorborn, Old Mac, all my viewers, thanks for joining us on the live chat this evening. Spend some time with my mates. See you guys.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Well, Ray, how are you feeling today?
All right, slept late, got up, got some things done, had to clean the bathroom and the camper, and put my tables back in where we had them out for the party, and just this and that and that and this. Finally sat down and hit my phone and y'all still
Well, it's good having you this morning. We almost got a video of Motorbomb riding through the tunnel, but he couldn't set stuff up. The sun was glaring on the glass on his phone, I guess. And
That happens, yeah.
Did you ever find it real wonky to deposit a check on your phone and send it to your bank? And find it real wonky to deposit a check? I know we've been doing it for years, but
no, I don't do the checks at all. We give up on the checks quite a long time ago. We don't even have any checks.
From work, it's a paycheck.
I always do the direct deposit. It just goes in there. When I was at work, I just did the direct deposit.
They used to do that here at work for us, and we had direct deposit, but things went different. Now I still get a paper check that I get paid with. So I still find it fascinating after all these years.
Yeah.
Hey, John, you wouldn't believe when I switched over, or when we were doing direct deposit on everything, all my electric bill, everything was direct deposit. You know, they just took out, the money came in and it went out all electronically. I didn't have to worry about nothing. My credit rate went from like 600 to 800 in just no time at all, because you know, I'd forget to go put that check in the mail. I'd forget to. I go, I forgot that. You know, no more forgetting.
It's all done for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ray had to step out.
Yeah, he might have. So yeah, I was rigging up all kinds of stuff. I had a bag on the front of my on my handlebars. You know, just a leather bag like you have. I had this wrapped around it. and I had bungee cords wrapped around it. I had my phone here, and I was going to take you through the tunnel on a nice view where I could hear. I listened to you all the way to work so perfectly through my car, though. And I knew now that I could talk through it, we could just do that for something interesting once in a while and go through the tunnel a time or two with you while you're on the live and, practice new things, that we're trying to do. And for whatever tool they might be good for down the road, cool. If not, we won't do it no more. But good mount for these aren't cheap, and I've had phones fly off my bike before.
Yeah. I had one. I set it on the top of the car to get in the car. I don't know why I set it on top of the car. Got down the street and realized, where the hell's my phone? Yeah. One time I got back to it, it was pretty much demolished. So it happens.
Yep.
And these things ain't cheap, man. These phones are cheap.
But Mac, I'll get a good mount next time. That where I had it actually yesterday was on my bars. That it's a mold that goes right to the grip and everything. It's bolts right on as a part of the grip. I put it down low so that when I'm motovlogging and my camera, I don't have that big old phone in the field of view. It's down lower and where it should be while I'm doing that. But now for doing this new thing, joining a live and taking a ride and whatever, I need it up. So I just got to reverse it, take a couple Allens out there. I think if I reverse it, it'll be up and mounted good.
There you go. Just keep messing with it till you get it done.
Yep.
Yeah. Fun stuff.
Here's a message.
Fun stuff. Keeps you busy.
There's a message from American Outlaw. Try quad lock.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I got the older kind that has the X and it kind of clamps on, and then I use the rubber pieces that come around that make sure it double stays well. But those things, that ball that's on there, I've had one start getting weak, and it actually will snap off. So you still have to pay attention. Probably tethering would be a good idea.
Yeah. I got all my cameras hooked up on the Harley right now and all tethered, and I'm getting ready to go out about 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Hit the road.
You're going to ride tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be our riding day. We've got a couple of destinations we have talked about, and there's a place I like to go eat catfish. I think it's called Ezell's. I'm thinking about taking and going the river route down to Ezell's, way down in Bessemer, Alabama. That's to the south of us. But Ezell's out there where they serve full-size catfish in a platter. Now, we have a place closer to us, but you can't get in. The place is always so crowded. But Ezell's down there is a bigger operation. Catfish and coleslaw and hush puppies and all the good stuff.
Sounds great, man.
If you like fish.
But I'm allergic to fish, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
Man.
I wasn't when I was younger, and one day I went out and had, just like I normally do, and had some fish, and throat started tightening up, ears started tightening up, and it wasn't good. So from then on, I couldn't eat fish.
Yeah. My dad was just opposite. He couldn't, and we live in Minnesota. Everybody's fishing and catching fish. I mean, that's what you do when you're there. He's got the land of 10,000 lakes. So, and he could never get swell up, and it'd make him hard to breathe. Now that he's like Mac's age, even before then, he's been able to eat for the last probably 10, maybe 15 years fish.
Doesn't make any sense, does it?
No.
I mean, I wasn't allergic to it at all. I wasn't allergic to peanuts, and all of a sudden I was allergic to peanuts. I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
All the good stuff going away.
Gomer Pyle came up on my damn YouTube this morning when all other stuff comes up. I was telling you, movies always pop up and get suggested.
Gomer Pyle.
Gomer Pyle, the old USMC. Yeah.
You know, we have a highway in Alabama named after him. You know, he was born right here in this state. And the other guy, Goober, you remember Goober? Paul Lindsay. He's from Jasper, Alabama. They got a highway over there named after him.
Well, go on,
We'll go.
Holy.
Whoa, Shazam, Sergeant Carter.
Yeah.
That would have been neat to see Dukes of Hazzard meets Mayberry.
Oh,
They had kind of similar, like Goober was the mechanic and the
Yeah.
kind of the greaser or whatever. And didn't they have one a mechanic guy on Dukes of Hazzard and stuff? They have similar characters that they always try to portray, that they rob from each other.
hey, I loved it on Mayberry is when the family would come into town and had Ernest T. He'd throw rocks at people, get up in a tree and throw rocks at people.
Yeah.
And the Darlings, when the Darlings came into town. Well, when I was a little boy, we had a family called the Muskellys. And when Muskellys would come in, they would come from these different hills. When they came in, the town would just explode with activities. There was just those kind of people, you had to keep an eye on them, but they were still fun loving. They liked fighting. They'd come to your town just to fight.
Just to fight. Man.
Look at OC over there. He loves biscuits and gravy. Who don't?
Yeah, who don't?
You're in America if you didn't like biscuits and gravy.
My wife came home from work this morning. She stopped in and for a little bit took me down to the Mason Grill, and I had some French toast and bacon. And she didn't want to cook, so she took me down there. But I'll tell you a secret: it was that cooking down there was better than hers. But it's a good little restaurant to just have home cooking. That's the best restaurants to go to.
I like to go to the Cracker Barrel, and they have at Uncle whatever his name's breakfast, Uncle Cyrus or whatever they got the different breakfasts named. Oh my God! I ordered one of them. That's the biggest thing that you've ever eaten in your life. I mean, 3 eggs and all the works. I can't remember what his name was. Uncle something other. That he's featured in the. I guess you guys have Cracker Barrels up there in Ohio, do you?
Yep. You eat there all the time.
Yeah, the Cracker Barrels is just a socializing place, you go to, and they're pretty popular here. Oh, Dave, we got some people coming in from Dave's channel still. Dave is listening in. Go to sleep, old man. You need to sleep.
Yeah, I didn't stream, so nobody's coming from mine. But there's somebody Pravan. I can't pronounce it.
Go ahead and say it, Moto. Go ahead. You can speak it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I can't pronounce the name, but just saying, hey, sir, and said I could go for some biscuits and that's OC is on there too. I don't know what channel they're from, but I could go get some biscuits and gravies.
Well, it looks like there's a pair.
Saying we used to pray before every meal because my ex-wife cooked it.
Now this right here, there's a pair of a PRANAV and PRITHVI.
Yeah.
Hello.
Would hack that up.
Praying for short.
That's what we say when we sneeze. Blinky, blinky, blank.
You okay, Ray? You're off.
Yeah, I'm just listening.
It's hard for him to get a word in.
Yeah. I need to be out there washing both the motorcycles, what I need to be doing.
Yeah, mine need it too. I need to wash mine too.
You got a different today, Dave. You don't have your F on the shelf. You got a little bit different view today.
Yeah.
Different angle.
Yeah, I'm sitting upstairs.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Yeah, my uncle bought this foam cannon stuff, and we washed the camper with it. Turned out real good. So both of my bikes are nasty. So I'm going to try to wash them with that foam cannon.
There
See
you
what
go.
happens.
Yeah, I hand wash everything, so
I usually do.
I
When
wipe
I do.
my bikes down after every ride. There ain't a time I don't. Every ride, I wipe the bugs off. I wipe everything down after every ride.
I used to when they was new.
I've been doing that for years. It didn't matter if it's an old bike, new bike, no matter what, I
Yeah.
always wipe them down.
Look here, what a Christian moment. Look at this right here. I mean, look at. Can y'all read that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Good
That'll
thinking.
break your knees.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, the news rubbed off. It ain't like they used to be. So
I don't know. I'm just very particular about things like that. I just keep it. I like to keep everything.
yeah,
Well, how in depth do you go? I mean, like it's I'll take a power washer and then I put some pre-soak on it. Then I go out there and wipe and wash, and I get a bottle brush because I got spokes, so I got to get in there with the bottle brush, get all that.
yeah,
Do that. What else do you do? Oh, and then you go around and hand clean everything the best you can. Two rags, one for the dirty stuff and one for like the paint. That's cleaner.
yeah.
And then I take a leaf blower and I blow all the water off.
I take an air compressor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I take the air compressor myself.
Yeah. And then you got to, if you want to do it right, you got to do the wax and you got to get the polish stuff for the chrome. And I used to do that religiously. My bike looked new for the first, 5-6 years. And now I'm commuting every day, getting it dirty almost every day. It isn't just a ride or two a week. It's every day.
Right.
Yeah, I got lazy.
And I couldn't do it no more. And I promised the man upstairs, if you get me a Harley, I will sit out for hours in my garage, just loving and cleaning just a small part for hours and be happy and smile. But you know how it gets. Well, some of us, I take it for granted.
Yeah.
I tell you, Ray, you have the heart and the desire to do a whole lot of things that your feet are not going to let you do.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. It wore me out just what little bit I done today.
Yeah.
But you gotta keep moving though. You gotta keep moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is so true. When you get older, the more of that really means so much. But I find myself more and more walking is more difficult because of the neuropathy. And I've always walked all my life, born walking, and I would not want to lose that, but I try to hang on to it, even though I have to place my feet more, solid than I never even ever thought about it. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I wouldn't even thought about it. But after the leg broke and everything, now I think more about where I put my feet.
Right.
This year alone, John, I've already fell off 2 10-foot ladders already this year.
Oh shit.
Wow.
We were up in Coleman, and I got me some these LED lights and stuff, and we had to climb up there. So Angelique was down at the bottom. She held the ladder, and I climbed up the top to get up there and put the LED lights in. While we was coming down, it was a real vertical climb because we didn't have a place to spread the ladder out. It was almost vertical. It started falling backwards, and I realized when I turned my head to the right, I am going backwards. So I turned to keep from landing in the back of my head, landed right on top of Angelique. Just went.
Oh God.
Well, she was bent over down there. I landed across her back.
Oh shoot.
Oh yeah. And then I flopped out in the yard. I went, oh man, that was a good landing.
Kind of lucky for you. Yeah, she was a buffer, probably absorbed
she was
a
a
hard
buffer.
hit for you and wasn't hopefully too hard on her.
Oh, she said, you cannot believe the feeling of that just massive something falling on her. But it was a falling roll. I hit her and just glanced off of her. And, twice in one day.
Wow.
Still here.
Is that mine? No. I
Not
thought my phone was playing.
I was hearing, it might be a Ray's over. He's doing some adjusting.
Look like you outside, huh?
Yeah, I think he walked
Or a
outside.
window. That's must be, I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to get it back on my phone.
Oh, yeah. It'll work. You just gotta hit the link on your phone and shut your whatever you're doing. It's a lot. Yeah, I
I'll be
think
back in a minute.
Come on back, David. Okay. What is that? Is that what have you got there, Moto?
a dead soldier. You see the hole that's in there? That's the power button.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it got
yeah.
really bad after a while. I couldn't push in far enough to turn this GoPro on and off, and it already had a crack in it. So I just peeled it off to see what it was, and I got it to come on a few times, and then now it just stays with that red light like it's charging. There's no battery in it, so it's and I'm just having a hard time throwing it. I'm going, man, come on one more time.
Yeah.
But so I just think it's jacked up that power button. It started going bad. It wasn't just like hitting it and clicking it no more. You had to get in there and dig, through all the rubber and try and hit the right spot and then click. Then it would come on and stay on. And then one day it didn't.
Decided it was done.
Let me bring Ray up here.
Look at that.
What's he doing out there? You gonna wash
Oh,
your bike?
look at right here.
He's gonna wash your bike.
Fancy pants.
He's bringing old yellow out.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get in his Mark Spitz out there. Remember that guy?
Yeah, that's right.
Mark Spitz.
Mark, what he the world he won like 6 gold medals.
Yeah. Well, the men used to wear the daggone bikinis to the beach back in the day too, like a small bikini looking. I didn't, but I knew people who did. It was a little creepy, but
A little creepy.
yeah.
Oh, shoot. What you doing, Ray?
Oh, connected my speaker where I can hear y'all.
You getting ready to wash that bike?
Yeah, that's Bluetooth headphones come in so nice that cover your ears and
Yep.
keep all the outside noise out, and you just hear, like when I'm in
That's
my house.
working.
Great.
Sounds good. Looks good.
Eleanor.
That's good country living right there. He's out in the woods. You got sunshine.
Yep.
It's off.
I'm going over in Indiana today, so I got to ride 45 minutes just to get there. Just to ride on the country roads, I got to ride 45 minutes.
Did you see what Dave had to say, Moto? Yeah, please. Maybe put a little Bailey's in it.
Moto in a bikini. No. But you see, Mark Spitz used to endorse those suits, and that's what kind of made them popular. He was popular, and so he made the little skimpies, for the beach body men, and that was a thing. I don't know how long, but it was a thing. I was actually back when I went to Colombia. I got to go to Colombia, South America when I was in 7th grade for like 7 days, 10 days. I don't remember. It was a good long ways. And when you got to leave Minnesota for the first time in your life, you go to someplace warm in what was it, January or February, that was like you were living high on the hog.
Right.
And I couldn't believe that I went to Cartagena, Colombia. And yeah. And we
When
took
you're done with that, Ray, you come back
and
to
went
mine.
out and saw castles.
Okay.
We're on islands, and my dad's boss, he's the guy that wears the bikini thing I was telling you, just a bikini bottom looking thing. But he was a diver, and he had tanks, and I was used to using tanks and diving. I even did all the tests that you took to get a certain certification, as a kid, so that I could dive with him, and he knew I knew some stuff. and we went like 50 foot down in the Caribbean and went to a coral reef and got to pull urchins apart and feed the tropical fish and all that stuff there.
Wow.
And it was like three and a half hours on this teeny little boat. And
Oh shit.
cruised out somewhere to go do that. What an experience, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Jacques Cousteau.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
remember that? Yeah.
We got the skin dive in Orlando. They took us and gave us this class, and I think we went down to 30 or 34 feet as deep as we went. And we went down, they had this tank of brown shark, maybe 12 or 14 foot brown sharks. And the guys with the poles, a man opened the gate, and here comes the brown sharks out, and they swim right by us. We had our GoPros on, and we was watching them, and they went right by us. Oh, what an eerie feeling that was. And then we went down to the bottom, and my niece, she touched a stingray on the back, and he come flipping up out of the sand, and he swam, and his tail went between my legs, and I could feel that rough scraping against the side of my leg. And I was thinking of Steve Irwin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He took one straight to the heart, didn't he?
Right in the heart. The barbs went right in. Ugh.
Imagine that, man. Imagine how, that's just crazy. That's crazy.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it paralyzed him like instantly,
Well, it probably busted the heart. Once you bust that heart, if it plunged into his heart, the pump can't work anymore, and probably his brain started starving for oxygen pretty quick.
Yeah.
And no, there would be no way of saving him.
No, that's horrible. Yeah.
What a guy.
Yeah. Used to watch this show all the time, man. That's rough.
Yeah, those are the tragedies, and for him and his family, I know he did a lot of good. He had a small girl too, and a wife, and that's what makes me think about some of the crazy stuff. That's like being on that R1. Well, any motorcycle or any situation, I know you can't run around, I guess, being a scaredy cat your whole life. But there are some measures I could take. It's like, why put any of your family members through some devastation? Because I want to try a 140, 150, 160 mile an hour one time on my R1, just to do it.
I don't know anybody that would do that.
It's self-centered, really. Unless you're a trained professional and that's what you do. And
yeah, but we all do things I guess we shouldn't do.
You want to come over and say hello to the boys? Oh. Well, come and just quickly say, you're going to say good morning real quick, and then I'm going to run her out of here.
Morning.
Hey, Angela.
Hey.
Hey.
How you doing?
So what was it like when Mac fell off the ladder and hit you all of a sudden? You didn't even see it coming, did you?
No, you fell on top of me.
You were probably like, what in the hell are you doing?
He was doing something I told him not to do. He gets back up. He gets on the ladder. 2 seconds later, I'm on the ground.
Was everybody okay afterwards? Like nobody really hurt?
Oh, she whined for a couple of days.
I didn't whine. You were the big crybaby.
I keep going.
Oh,
I'll always out in your bull crap.
Once in a while, we get the truth, Angelique, when you're around. I appreciate you.
yeah.
That's what you're here for, the truth teller. That's why he doesn't want me in here, because I will always spill the dirt.
Yeah, get on out here before you spill
He knows the truth. Be like, scram, get out of here, get.
They like me better than you.
Get.
Go on.
Oh no.
Wow. All right, everybody. I'm going to get out of here because y'all won't be able to hear me with the pressure washer going. So,
Yeah.
Have fun.
yeah, all right. Y'all too. We'll catch y'all in the morning, maybe.
All righty.
Bye-bye.
Peace out.
Man.
Peace out.
Yeah. I still listen to you. I'll be listening.
All right.
All right, buddy. Go out there and washy.
I got to get off here too, guys. I got to get on the bike. I got to
Right.
ride. Got to ride 45 minutes to where I'm riding, and then ride for a couple hours and ride back.
Hey, a motor bomb. John is the mayor of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
My son said he should be a mayor or something because he is in here with all of us, and he had that Colonel
Yeah.
John look.
Yep. I know what you're saying. You
All
kind
right,
of have
guys.
that going
Be
for
safe.
See you
you.
guys. See you guys later.
All right, bro. Yeah, just based sometimes on looks of people and whatever, and knowing John at first, I would have thought of him just being a little more reserved and not hanging out with me.
Yeah.
For some reason, your brain equates that once in a while, but thank goodness for open minds and going out there and forming a relationship. It was like you find out a whole lot different things about people. Like he's totally one of us.
And my son thought the Desert Outlaw was cool. He said, "Man, what an opportunity, as young as he is, to be with all the older guys that's done it." And I told him a little bit about the Desert Outlaw, his history of horse bareback riding, bronco riding, being a cowboy. And because he's heard only my stories and he's heard my brother's stories about our Western days. And he knows we came up through the cowboy days before truck driving. And
Yeah.
so now he gets the opportunity to hear the Desert Outlaw, being a young guy hanging with old guys like us.
Yeah.
What I know when I was young, we had older men and we would get up close so we could hear their stories. They would be telling the most fascinating story
Yeah.
to other men. And us kids, we'd gather around. You knew back in our days, you was never allowed to speak up. If they wanted you to speak up, they would turn to you and speak to you, and then you could speak back.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you kept quiet.
There was more respect and strictness back then, and that's why you always amaze me because you're very loose and you're not too militant. You're not too bringing all that older stuff into, which is nice. Some of it is good, but I was just like you molded really well, and I think anyway, because man, I loved hanging with my grandpa. I remember him being in his 80s when I was probably in my younger teens and all that, and I would just as soon go drive the extra 30 miles when I was in my party days instead of going to one of my friends my age and hanging out and jamming music. In fact, I would haul a couple of them out there with me on the farm. It's way out on the farm, and go talk to my grandpa because he would sit out by a little fire or a little something, and he was just always had a few beers and chewed snooze, and he was just no teeth and wore overalls and he had the best sense of humor and laugh and stories constantly, pretty much kind of like what you do, so and that was valuable. I liked that as a young kid, but I guess it's not too odd. Like when you see Desert hanging with, I don't think of it like that too much, but he's the only one really right now. So
I've got a picture of my grandfather. I got a picture hanging in the wall. My grandfather and his brother. Now his brother, he had a third brother, and but he's not in the picture. But my grandfather and his younger brother, the younger brother had a pistol in his hand. And this picture was taken in the 1800s, before the turn of the century, before he married my grandmother.
Yeah.
And he, man, I'm telling you, you can see, like in the modern westerns, he was like one of those characters that you see the way they dressed and everything. If you hang on for a second, I might be able to get the picture. I don't know for sure if it's one. If you just hang on just for a second, I'll
take your time.
get my grandfather.
That sounds good, Mac.
Hang on, you keep everybody busy, but I get back.
I was just thinking about some of the old pictures I would see in my grandma and grandpa's, like on their walls, and how the old photography was done was pretty amazing. They had a whole different look, and all the pictures were really soft. I don't know what you would call it. I'm sure they had to do a different exposure and stuff, but you don't see them done that way very much anymore. Now everything's pretty crisp and high detailed via awesome cameras. Even on that little iPhone, you can take some pretty good stuff. Did you find it?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if I'd be able to get it off the wall. I didn't know how it was. I'm gonna try to. Okay, I'll
Make
bring it
yourself
up.
big. There you go.
Now,
That's much better.
all right, so this is my grandfather right here, and this is his brother. See, the brother's got a pistol in his hand.
That's crazy.
Can you see it at all? The pistol?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see his hand, the trigger finger, everything.
Yeah. Now look at it. Now my grandfather, look, he's got a jug. He's got a jug with a piece of cloth in the end of it, like a Molotov cocktail, right?
Yeah.
You know what that was? What that was for?
No.
In the evenings, they would go out and sit amongst the trees where it would be cool. And this is filled full of kerosene, and it would wick up into that cloth, and you light the cloth, and it would burn, and it would burn, and you could set 4 or 5 of those jugs around, whiskey bottles of kerosene, and it would put off a good light. It would put a little bit of smoke in to keep the mosquitoes off you.
Yeah.
That's how they did it. And take a look at my grandfather, if you see his face there.
Yep.
He had a long face like me. Oh, God, he had a head of hair. And he is Cherokee Indian descendant.
Yeah.
And he married my grandmother, and she was Irish and Indian combination. And then my mother was born from my grandfather. See this boy sitting right here?
Yep.
He's got another brother that was a little bit older than him, but not as old as him. And they were swimming in the Warrior River. His name is Manny, and the other was Gus.
Yep.
Gus he got into a suck hole where the water spinning around and started sucking him. Well, he grabs a hold of him and tried to save him. Gus put his thumb right through his throat and broke his neck, broke his esophagus, and they both were sucked down into the suck hole.
Just out of fear and trying to hang on to something to be saved,
Yeah.
they both died.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
what a heart.
that's a tough decision, especially if you're aware of things like that. You're like, man, what do you do?
Well,
You're gonna naturally try to save your brother. Oh.
Thinking back a long time ago. Now that is a reproduction of the picture, but my mother had a small picture. They were only about that big, and I had it taken over. I took it over to like Owen Mills, one of the photo companies, and they enlarged it. And
yeah,
this is before a lot of digital enhancement. This picture probably was done 50 years ago.
Yeah.
And I've kept it all these years.
Yeah, it'd be good if you had a nice scanner. You don't hear much about. I got a scanner here. You put it down flat, and it's a little bit better than trying to take a picture of a picture and get it on the computer, and you can make your own little adjustments to it, and then have it out. Hopefully somewhere out there for a long time. One day, seeing those pictures like that won't exist.
Yeah, Manny and Gus. I've always heard the story from everybody, and let me tell you a little story about Manny and Gus.
Yeah.
It happened on the Warrior River, and many years later, old Jerry is born. See, that was in the 1800s. That picture, and then he married my grandmother, and then mother, and then I come along. I had an uncle that had a fish camp that right there at that river in the bend where the suck hole was at. Had a fish camp, and one time we all met over there, was going to have this big fish fry, like many families, the Glover family and my family name and the Wood family name and the Bush family name was all having a big fish fry.
Yeah.
And so our job, my brother Gene and my brother Eugene, now how ironic, my brother Eugene was drowned in Virginia off the coast of Fort Story. But the ironic part about it is, we swam across the Warrior River to carry the trot line so we could catch the catfish and stuff in the Warrior River in the very same place where Manny and Gus drowned it. But we survived it. I survived it. Then my brother goes to be drowned in the Army.
Did you actually just say a trot line?
Trot line, yeah.
Yeah, that's in first time I heard that, and I had to look it up what it was. I don't remember what it was, but it was in the Hank Williams, "A Country Boy Can Survive." He says I can run a trot line, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
so what is it again? I
A
forget.
trot line is you got a major heavy cord, a heavy line, and you've got fishing lines that comes off about ever so many feet apart, and you'll have 3 or 4 hooks on each of the lines, and you put catfish bait on it, and you drop it down. Now the line sags in the middle, and it'll lay on the bottom, and you get your channel cats,
Yeah,
and then the higher lines that hangs up in the water, you'll get schools of fish, and you'll get maybe some drum or some
yeah,
buffalo fish or
that's
uh,
brilliant.
yeah, you get all different variety of fish. You're not just
Yeah.
one thing.
He said
And
I can catch catfish from dusk till dawn and all that, so that all makes sense. That's really cool.
yeah, that was a trot line, but you have to tie off the end of the trot line. See, so they would put it on their suspenders. We had Liberty coveralls on like Dave wears with suspenders. They would tie the rope onto our suspenders. We'd swim across the river, and then my brother would pull it real tight, and then they would let it out on a reel over on the other side and let it sink to the bottom.
Yeah,
And you have to run your trot lines now. You way you run the trot line, you go in a little flat bottom boat, and you pull the line up, and you take the fish off and put new bait on and drop it back in the water. You're running the trot line.
cycling it.
Yeah, and that trot line stays out there for a long time once you set a trot line
So
up.
you're really not trying to set a hook or anything. It's just there. They bite and they hook themselves or whatever. I mean, it ain't like you got to set a hook once the fish bites the bait.
A lot of times, it don't work out really good in the river because you got a lot of boats going up and down the river. A lot of
Yeah.
times they have a separate line that come to the top that would have a Clorox jug, and that Clorox jug would be tied to the trot line down on the bottom. When there's fish on it, the jug would move up and down.
Yeah,
That lets you know, so you go out there and pull it up. Sure enough, they'd be big old cats, channel cats. We're talking about big fish.
yeah.
No,
They look like small dogs.
yeah, they're big ones.
Yeah,
The same ones that you see the boys reach in under stumps. My uncle,
yeah. Noodle.
he there's a term for that. We called it noodling, to
Noodle.
noodle. And he would reach under there and he'd get them by the gills and he'd pull a big old catfish out from under a stump. But hell, there's things under that stump, buddy, that you don't want to bite you. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Or some fisherman's, old hook or lure in there, and you get some, treble hooks in
We
your.
have a fish in the Warrior River. It's called the gator gar. The
Yeah,
gator gar has
we
a
got
long
ours
mouth,
here.
and they'll bite you. They got teeth in them.
Yeah,
They can hurt you. Because remember this, that big old gator gar bites other fish, and they eat other fish.
yeah. They're
If your
very
hand-
hard.
If your hand's moving like a fish, it's going to bite it.
Yeah. Yeah, we got gar in our reservoirs. I get to see them like when I'm sight fishing at certain times of the year, and they'll school sometimes, and they look sometimes as long as my boat. You know how the water amplifies them.
Sure, gator
Yeah,
gar.
I know they're big either way, and I catch them. I got them up to the boat, and but they're very hard because they're so bony. There's no flesh. It's all teeth and super hard bones, and you really can't get a hook in there, even if you're trying to catch it. I forget how they do it, but there's a way you basically end up snagging them if you're trying to actually catch them. But yeah, they're vicious. They're vicious, and their scales, like if you try to pick them up and grab them, they're kind of sharp. And
Have you ever seen a sturgeon?
I know what they are. I don't know. I've never seen one like in the water and caught, but yeah, I've
Very,
heard of it.
very historic looking fish. Very
Yeah.
historic.
Yeah,
Now, up in Washington State, they've got the sturgeon, and they got a rule on it. If they're under 3 feet, you can't keep them. If they're over 6 feet, you can't keep them.
yeah,
So that period between 3 and 6, you can keep that size fish, but you got to register them with the game department when you capture one. And you're talking about an 8 or 10 hour battle once you get one on.
yeah.
To land it successfully, you got to work it. You got to let it run. It's the wildest thing you ever caught in your life. It's a serious. Imagine devoting yourself 6 hours of wrestling a fish to get it in.
Yeah, man.
That's a
No,
sturgeon on a hook.
no. But your heart's got to be pumping the whole time.
Whoa.
You want to see what's on the other end. I'm sure you know if it's by that time, if you have experience catching them, but
Yeah, if you're rigged up for sturgeon, there's more than likely you're going to know you got a sturgeon on line.
yeah.
You know what? You know what they was doing? They was taking a drone, and they would fly out where the water came over the dam. They'd fly their drones out there, and they would drop the bait and stuff out 200 or so feet out,
Yeah.
maybe more, and they would drag it out there and drop it. And boy, they was catching the sturgeon, and finally they banned the drone fishing. You
Yeah.
couldn't use your drone to fish. They just go out there and drop the bait.
Yeah. So much to do.
Some guy knows how to figure out how to do that.
Yeah.
Well, buddy, looks like you don't have a customer in the chair, do you?
No, I don't even know what my schedule is, but I don't think there was nothing till tomorrow. So, but yeah. Yeah, I just popped into work. I was really hoping. I thought, gosh, you just bring it. I know you've seen me go through the tunnel 100 times, but it's always on my videos. But just to do a live thing, and while Dave was on, a few of his viewers, just something kind of interesting, might give a different view, and plus I can talk live to you, talking live to somebody while you're going through places as compared to sitting down and watching somebody's videos. It's way different because you don't have the interaction. You can ask me something, we can talk right on the spot. I can tell you the experience, and you're hearing it, and I get feedback, you get feedback. It's pretty neat. So I'm going to work on it, and if you don't mind, maybe like again tomorrow or another day, I'll let you know what's going on. I'll be a little more prepared and try to do something that'll work successful.
We're going to try to continue with the morning talking.
Yeah.
We'll see how far it runs out. If we get where we don't have anybody coming in and people lose the interest or got other things to do,
Yeah.
We'll change our ways. But
shut it down for a while, whatever, and come back a little later. Who knows how it works? I don't know.
Well, one thing about it, they're not here just seeing Old Mack. They're seeing Moto. They're seeing Dave. They're seeing whoever else is linked up. And Dave has a big following, and he's got a bunch of people that love to see Dave. Yeah. And so he shares those people with us.
Yeah.
And many new people came in this morning that loved what Dave did by sharing us with the people of Australia.
He's very generous, man, and very uplifting, and and he knows how to talk well and honest, I think, about other people, and gives at least a good opinion, at least the good parts of us anyway. I'm sure we got flaws we could talk about, but hey, we won't talk about them.
Yeah. Well, the conversation goes, usually the crowd that you're with usually don't want it to be channeled off into some direction that we don't want to take that trip down a rabbit hole with them.
Yep.
And we got enough of people. And I went up and changed your setting, Moto. You're now the top.
Yeah, I heard that.
And because you know enough about stuff, anything you need to do, you got full access to my page to do whatever you need to do.
If you point at the little thing, I think we talked about it in your settings. Anyway, it'll tell you what little extra it does for it. So it's nothing too big or too whatever that you can do, but it is just a different level. And yeah, thanks, man, for the trust, because and what I did learn, and I showed it to John last night, because I remember, like, when you're storytelling and you have a day or dedicated that you're going to do that, or like Dave with you, and you're doing that, there's actually a way you could add me to your StreamYard as a member, because it's like a team thing, and we each have one with the core plan, and I can actually run it, like be in your studio with you remotely right here, and I can pop I can take care of chats. I can pop up your chats and display them for you. I can change logos. I can do a lot of. It was interesting. I was like, man, that's really neat. We're gonna have to try that sometime. So
That team thing, right?
yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like for businesses that have, different things that need to maybe tell something to their business, and they have a business meeting or however they use it, or team for like Joe Rogan. I'm sure he has a team of people that somebody
Sure.
like that.
Yeah.
We're small scale, but it'd still be fun to kind of do.
Yeah, I looked at it. If you figure out how we can best utilize that, let me know. We'll follow suit.
Yeah.
So that, we'll pick out some team members for our group. And
You only get one. You're one member for yourself. You're the owner on yours, and then like you have a different level. You can have a kind of like owner, and then a host. I forget, but I saved the thing there, and it tells you. But it's just interesting. I like to try new things and see how it works. And I'm sure you can take it away and erase the person and get a different person. That's what I really want to know is like, once I get on to do that with you, are you able to like, okay, we're going to delete Dean and we want to have somebody else doing this now. So you have some variety, or is it, certain little details I need to find out, but that way you're not stuck with just me or whoever you pick, Same.
we'll use my channel as an experimental channel. So anything you come up with and you see it's interesting, share it with me. We'll experiment it with it, and if it works out, if not, we'll bring it down. If
Good
it works,
knowledge. You can help out other people in the community with some of that knowledge, which is pretty nice. The little experimental gifts, really. I learn a lot from Sterling, man. Helped me out so much and stuff. If he had more time, I'm sure he would sit on here and give us some pretty amazing knowledge.
he popped in this morning. He was in here from Oregon this morning.
Yeah.
Freezing going into Portland.
Yeah, man. I hope that driving thing gets better for him soon. I know it's been a handful for him up here too, and being heavily micromanaged when you're doing a good job and still being scrutinized sucks.
Oh, I know.
So,
yeah,
we'll see. Salty Badger there, man. I hope you're feeling good, man. I know he's doing some recovery. There's Kime. Hello.
Oh, there's Kime.
Yeah.
Kime goes on so slowly.
Was looking for something like that when I was doing the shop lives. Exactly, Salty. See, that's a great example. I used to watch Salty when he was working. He has his bike up on the lift and he's doing certain things. And like if he had a Bluetooth mic, he could interact and say what he's doing. I could be popping up and doing messages and helping keep his audience interactive with what he's doing, and that grows his channel, That's fantastic.
Yeah, Kime knew the next verse to that. Time goes on, and time can say so much.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, just chime right in, Kime. Chime in, Kime. That's such a great that's a great name you found for your channel, man. I like that.
I'm going to put a link over here for him so he can come in if he decides he wants to hop in on there. There is the link.
Yeah, Salty, man, you're going to get your day again. So, we'll put out the little healing prayers for you. You'll be back at it.
His memories, Salty's memories of things he's done and things he's been doing probably is going to be like good medicine for him, because he's working out details in his head about when he does get back to where he can do things, he'll be able to implement them.
Yeah, new approaches, whatever. 10 or 15 minutes, he says. Yeah.
Not appropriately dressed.
Yeah, he might be in the jams. Might be in the jams. Or no jams. You don't know. You don't know. Yeah, just back from work. So yeah, what are we? We're morning, so he's late at night. Or somewhere in there.
I did one broadcast one morning, not thinking I'd move the camera, but I didn't have any pants on. And
Yeah.
somehow I picked up the camera and moved it around. When I looked back, I seen my legs. I went, "Oh my God!" I knew that, but I never thought I'd be moving the camera.
Yeah.
It was something I just jumped in on real quick. I was only going to be here for a short period of time.
Funny,
It was
man.
getting me to go somewhere, you know, and
Gave
and
us a shot a leg, huh?
yeah, it wasn't a pretty sight.
Well, we're just all human, man. We got all that stuff. That's what we are. In the beginning, they was never ashamed, huh? Now we're like protective of that. Well, now you get in trouble, whether you're
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
bother you or not. You can get in trouble.
yeah. I have a good friend. He's gone now, Wesley Baker. He was up here to see me this year. He went this year. He come to see me before to say goodbye because he know he was leaving us. He had he had an issue here with his spleen. He
Yeah.
had cancer of the spleen, and so he come up to visit with us. Well, I went down last year to see him. He lives over by Ocala, not Ocala, Orlando. And we got down there, and me and him and his wife Mary, we went to a nude beach. His wife is very, very religious, but we only went so he could show me the nude beach. Florida has designated nude areas for the beach,
Yeah.
and I had my big drone, and right there, just as I had my intentions to fly the drone over there, the sign said no drones.
That's it, man.
We're going to get some video right there.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine. We had one of those in Hawaii too. Not far from me. If you walk the beach far enough, you could be on the beach, but it was like way uphill. And my neighbor, he was Thailand. He was lived there for a long time, so it's kind of fascinating when you were a kid and come from kind of a reserved background. That was like, well, you wouldn't want to no nude beach here, but of course, when you're a kid, you're like, well, you want to get a little peek, But you couldn't see nothing. It was way up on the hill and whatever. But it's interesting. And I tattooed a guy that's what he did. He was very free and into that, and kind of made me uncomfortable at times. My own insecurities, when I was working. But man, I got to know him real good. He was going to set me up with going mobile and being there. He said, "Man, we'd love to have you there and be tattooing in a nude colony or whatever like that." I've had different opportunities, that's for sure, in life to do some pretty outlandish stuff, but I wouldn't do it. That would test your real comfortability about yourself, That's probably a healthy thing, but I won't dare.
Yeah, I was up at Redstone. There was a missile sitting up there right along the freeway, and it's a I believe it's a Saturn type, a 3 or 4 stage. It's a fairly tall missile, several hundred feet tall. I flew my drone up to the top and flew all around it and looked right straight down at it. And while I was flying my drone, a helicopter from Redstone Arsenal came out, and the guy was standing in the door with a camera that big around. He was holding it like a gun, looking out there, and he was shooting, because they picked up when I went up there. I had to go above 300 feet, maybe 400 feet. When I went up as high as I could go, it picked it up on their radar, and with a few minutes, a helicopter from Redstone already flew out there, a military helicopter. And man, I landed the thing, put it back in the trunk, and away we went.
Yeah.
Then we'll take it. And CAM is under the belief that it's not illegal unless you get caught.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what my ego always told me anyway. Man, I had to learn everything the hard way, Mac. How about you? Did you you get it easy?
Same way.
Yeah. Same damn way.
I might have told you, I don't know, but a long time ago we was winding down the Minuteman program. Minuteman 4, that's our latest, well, Minuteman 3, but it was a modification of 3.
Yeah.
And we was winding it down, and this guy that was from Kansas City, Missouri, he had been on our project for 17 years. And the way it works there is it's a need to know basis.
Yeah.
If you have no reason to go down below, you can't get down below. Security won't let you go below.
Yeah.
So he worked 17 years in a pettibone crane, lifting men in and out of the hole, in and out of the hole. That's all he did all day long. Lowered equipment into the hole, tucked man basket up out of the hole with 8 or 10 guys in it. That's all he did. And he never was he ever allowed to go down the PAH, personal access hatch. He'd seen it for 17 years, and he saw men going up and down that hole, but he wasn't allowed to go in because he didn't have the clearance for doing this.
Yeah.
So he asked me one time, said, "How can I get clearance? How can I'm being retired by the company." See, he had 17 years of us, but he had 35 years in the field.
Yeah.
And so I asked my people, and they said, "We can arrange it." So they got with the base commander at Whiteman Air Force Base. They said, "We got a guy that's retiring." They said, "Well, do you have an employee that is secured to go below that could escort him down below?" And they said, "Yes, we do." So they arranged it. I'm the guy that's going to take him down below.
Yeah.
The day he came over, it was on a Saturday. He brought his wife with him, and he brought his next door neighbor and that neighbor's wife. You know, there was 2 women, 2 men. And I thought, oh my God, you know, he was the only one that was secure, you know, they'd give him protection. I thought, well, he's here, he's got his family here, we're going. So I took him down to PAH, and you know, I take pictures for him. The only camera that they was allowed to have is the one I had in my hand.
Yeah.
And we didn't have SD cards back in them days.
No.
I literally had to have the roll of film processed.
Yep.
So I'm taking pictures for them, and all the different things where they could go and see. There are certain things that they wasn't allowed to see,
Yeah.
but they didn't have no reason to see. But I took them down at the very bottom and let them look up at this power above their head. This thing, I don't remember how many million pounds of thrust it had to lift that payload up out of the hole, but the rocket was 65 foot long, and it could travel anywhere in the continent in the world.
Yeah.
And so anyhow, I had built up this story about when this is an active site that I took them through.
Yeah.
I said, if the alarm goes off and this site is activated, we'd be just like crispy critters. I mean, it'd just burn us alive.
Yeah.
You'd be like cinders down inside there. And I kept telling them. Oh, here's Mr. Kime coming in here.
So you're saying you have that risk every time you went down there, because if we needed that for defense or whatever, and it's got to be there, you may not get time to escape first. They're going to send those rockets no matter what happens. So there was nowhere to protect yourself or nothing?
No, there's no way. You couldn't survive, not even a second. Here's the deal. When you're on modifications, the site had already been sold to the Air Force.
Yeah.
And so we have to go in and modify an active site. They don't bring that down offline.
Right. No.
Because it's just a small modification we're doing. Like we changed out a battery system.
Yeah.
We could put the missile in the hole. It would go to generator power from the diesel generator.
Still go.
Yeah, whatever other power would keep the missile active while we're doing a modification on the batteries or whatever.
Well, you were expendable then, like.
Oh, of course. Of course we were.
Wow, what a courage.
Hey, Kime.
Hello there. How are you all doing?
Good time.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Well, I've got to tell you this. My son watched the other day when you was on and Dave was on. So we had 2 sides of the world and other people in between all over the place. and he said you were so polished. You was really polished.
Polished.
You
I've
know,
never heard that.
your accent and your English was so proper.
Oh,
You
never
Yeah.
heard
know,
that before. I'm not
you
at the
didn't
moment.
say, you didn't say the words like y'all and ain't and stuff
No.
like that.
I don't generally swear or anything like that. I normally have decent sort of language and things. I'm just brought up that sort of way, to be honest with you. I don't mind it, but it's just not something I do, to be honest. It's the way I am. I'm in my alternative studio. Can you tell my background? That's
Yeah,
my
yeah.
alternative
You don't.
studio.
No green screen today.
Nothing at all, no. This is where I live. This is my living room and things. I still have planes hanging on the wall down here as well.
That's
never-
something I've never experimented with yet as a green screen. It'd be kind of fun to do.
The green screens are pretty good. If you don't have a green screen, it doesn't come out the edges of your pictures are not edges of your image is not very good.
Yeah,
If you have
yeah.
a green screen, it's perfect. It's crystal.
Yep.
It makes a big difference. Very
There's
big difference.
Dave's channel linked up there. Said I believe it. I think Plugzilla said he had a new show. The new show.
Sorry.
Hello, Dave's channel. Dave, how are you doing? No, I can't put comments on here at the moment because I'm on my little just my little laptop at the moment. I'm not in my normal place, so apologies for that. And put comments on, but I haven't got mine. Normally, I'm trying to do what you do, Motto. We know when you put the links on for people's channels and things.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how you do it, but I'll tell you how I'm trying to do it. I've got a spreadsheet, and in that spreadsheet, I've got different tabs for people who I'm subscribed to and people who I know. So all I can do is copy the link and paste it into the chat. But I don't do that. I can't do it on this one because it's on the other computer.
Yeah.
Because it's
I
hard to
save all mine on a notebook, and then I categorize them. I got, people who show up a lot, and I have some from the Asian side over there, and then I have truckers,
Yeah,
that
that's
we
what I'm
know
trying
they're
to
more
do.
into trucking, and that's kind of
Yeah.
what I do. And you just go over there, and if you put spaces in there just right, you can copy and like
You
three
copy
at a
and paste them
time,
from a text
and
document.
they'll all work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look here, Kyle. You didn't get to see it earlier.
yeah.
That's my grandfather right here,
Wow.
and he's part Cherokee Indian. Look at that head of hair, man. He's like me. I got a lot of hair. He did too, and that's his brother. And see, the brother's got a pistol in his hand. But look at the difference. Look at this was the clothing of 1800s. These was not. They was just hard laboring people, but they wore. To me, I thought they wore more of a dressy clothes than what we do today.
Yeah.
Everybody today they just wear. Let me see if I can improve the light a little bit. Maybe get some of the shit.
That's okay.
Well,
I can see that. Yep, I can see that.
Now you can see it now.
I can see it perfectly.
As my grandfather, and look at that hat his brother had. That's my grandfather's brother right here, my uncle, and this was taken at the turn of the century.
So what's your grandfather? What's he got in his hand on the right hand? It looks like
amazing.
is it a walking stick or a bottle?
This bottle right here,
Bottle, yeah.
yeah, this bottle is still full of kerosene. And when they sit around in the evening, when the sun starts to go down, they light that kerosene. They'll have 5 or 6 bottles around the circle where they're sitting, and it puts off an odor of that kerosene burning, and it keeps the gnats and the mosquitoes away. And also it provides light so you can walk around, and that's how they did. They set out these bottles out there wherever they were sitting, so they would have evening light.
Brilliant.
Kind of a weapon as well, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure people have thrown that into places and let it bust open and set things on fire.
I'm sure in this modern day that would be a what do they call it? Molotov cocktail, the Russian.
Yeah,
exactly. That's got a lot of tanks with those in World War II.
Yeah. Amazing, really. It's a good job you got pictures like that. I have no pictures of my family at all. None.
Yeah.
Not even me dad or my mum. None of them.
Yeah.
No history at all for me anywhere.
Yeah, I've scanned all the ones that I had. I got some old black and white ones of my grandma and grandpa and my dad when he was smaller and things like that. Younger, he was still in the service and all. So I've kept them. I got them on the computer somewhere.
Yeah. it's good to keep them if you've got them, I suppose.
Yeah.
These and things.
Remember, you used to burn them to CDs, so you didn't, because you didn't have all that big storage and clouds and things like that. You had to put all your stuff on CDs and burn them.
But now, as you know, Motto, with Photoshop and things like that, you can take them pictures, you can enhance them and make them look like they were original if you're really good. And I'm sure that's something you could do quite easily with what your skills you have. My brother does things like that with Photoshop. He's really good with it. He can do all sorts. But
yeah, much more pleasant to look at.
Yeah. Have you been doing any tattooing today? You're obviously still at work. None? No. Do you get that? Does it work like you get people ringing in, or do they just pop in the door and just walk in and say, I want a tattoo for something?
Called walk-ins, yeah. If it's too big a project, hey, sign up for an appointment, and you get time to actually lay the project out and do it proper, so that they don't have just a rush, let's slap this together and put it on the rest of your life. But some people really don't care about that. There are, so then it's like your own integrity. Well, you want to do it because you want to make some money today, or do you want to do the right thing and maybe like put it off and say, no, I want to do this the right way, so I sleep better at night,
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. But people will compromise, heavily.
But like that bioman,
they want it now. It's impulsive, and you go like, you can detect that.
Yeah, but like that biomechanic man that you're doing at the moment, that's all freehand, isn't it? Is it?
I'm bumping your volume up. You asked me if it was all freehand.
Yeah, that biomechanic one. It looks all freehand. Is that what it? I'm sure some of it.
The chest and all that. Yeah. That's just scribbling on and doing some rough sketching, and maybe come back and fine tune it a little bit, and then I fine tune it more when I'm actually doing it. What feels right, what's looking right, and it's just a creative way to do some stuff that kind of looks cool. And
brilliant.
You got that haul down as warm. Should be pretty interesting.
If I ever had, I've got no tattoos, but if I ever have a tattoo, I'll come to your place and get a tattoo or something. I don't know what though.
Wouldn't that be great? Yeah.
I wouldn't know. Have a clue what tattoo I'd have, but I'll have them one day. I think. I don't know.
One of your helicopters. You never know. Whatever. Intimate to you.
Yeah, brilliant.
Most people just like me. As a kid, I liked cool looking things. I wanted a skull. I wanted maybe an eagle. I loved the sharp feathers. I like the talons. I like dragons were cool. Those are fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
I wasn't too much like into cartoons, like getting a Tasmanian devil, or because I did a lot of Tasmanian devils.
Yeah.
Tweety Bird. I did a lot of the Disney things, and
I can hear a little bit.
Much no more.
I can hear a little bit of echoing from somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's echoing from somewhere.
Yeah, Mac might be doing something that I can't see, so that's okay.
Yeah, but it's brilliant. Yeah, I do like your work and watch you work in there. It's really good stuff to do.
I'll leave you in the dark. Honey, you want to hang that picture back over there? I'm coming back.
What's going on there? Something's going on. Something's going on at Old Mack's. What's going on?
I had to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're allowed to do that.
So as I was going out of the bathroom, Angelique started to come in on the other side, and I said, "Here, give me a hug." She said, "Not till you wash your hands."
I don't do that either. I would do exactly.
Yeah.
I could hear the noise.
You just can't do nothing around her.
No, man. It's constant training, life. It's like,
But you're a good pair, Angelique and you, Mac. You're a really good pair. You sort of you gel together, and you're a really, really good helping one and helping another, if you know what I mean.
Oh, when we go for a ride, she is my navigator. Like when we're making a long run, she'll find the motel on the phone, and we have Cena. I have Cena, and she's got cardio on hers. But we talk back and forth. We leave the intercom on.
Yep.
And by the way, Moto, you've got cardio, and I'm going to get us both a pair of matching cardio. She's got cardio, and I'm going to give up my Cena. I'm going to leave it on the other helmet, but I'm going to put a cardio on this new helmet I've got.
Yeah, man.
Brilliant.
We're going to get we're going to get the one. I'm not interested in listening to the radio on my Cardo, but I wanted to be able to link up to the phone and stuff. And
Yeah.
they got so many good ones.
Hear good too, you know.
Oh yeah, the Cardo really hears good.
Yeah, but good. You've got to have a communication things on your bike if you've got taken round or if you've got somebody on the behind you. Really, really well worth having, isn't it? The good old days we used to just shout behind and shout forward. We didn't do that anymore.
Yeah, my Cardo, I mean my Cena, I can link up with I believe 16 riders or 8 or 16. I can't remember. Yeah. Like if we were riding the pack, I can link up with anybody on any. I think I can just about anybody's system can link to mine. What do they call it? Moto, a net or
net?
Is it netting? They got a term they call it when we have a bunch of riders riding together on the same frequency.
Yeah, I don't know. They just call them the pack, you know, like what you have. I haven't heard any other terms that I know of.
Yeah, the pack talk is a good. That's a good
multiple group rides.
Yeah, I have the Senna SRL too. I like them. They're pretty good. I have no problem. Connects no problem. And
what Senna do you have, Klein?
It's the Senna SRL2. It's integrated into me Shoei helmet. It fits into the back and into the sides. You can't see you've got it, to be honest. It's all included.
Mine is Senna 20S, but it's called the Evo. It's a Harley helmet, and it's one of those composite helmets that raises up in the front. You can open it up. You can open the visor. You can pull down the shades, but you can also open everything up in the front. And what makes that good, you can drink a drink while going down the road wearing your helmet.
Yeah.
And then you put it back down and you got all your communications.
Yeah, those are nice. And when you want to talk to somebody, you're pulled up to the gas station with your friends, you just pull that old thing up and you can actually project, you know, because just the regular full face, which I wear, you know, but I have had the modular.
Yeah, what they like.
I love those.
Yeah. What are you eating there, Marto? It looks like a potato.
The russet, the almighty russet.
A potato? You're going to do it in the microwave?
Cam, can I tell you something about his russet potato?
You can tell me anything about Marto's
potatoes. He's going to hollow out the center of that russet potato, and he's going to slip it over his manhood, and he's going to go as a dictator.
Oh yeah, that's a big potato, though.
Halfway through, I knew where you were going with that.
You knew where I was going. He's going to bake. I bet he's going to bake that one over there
in the microwave. Do you do it in the microwave, Marto? Yeah. Yep. Very nice. Yeah. Do you put anything on them like beans? Cut it open, put beans in the middle or cheese.
I try to eat cheap and fairly good. I mean, potatoes, I can't think they're going to do too much damage to you, you know. And across the street, we have Taco Bell and the Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken and all that stuff, you know, that's basically poison for you. And I just try to eat something simple at work, and it's cheap, and put real butter on it, real bacon bits, salt and pepper. It's a wrap.
Yeah. How long does it take you? About 10, 15 minutes, does it?
Say again?
About 15 minutes in the microwave if you put it in there.
This big one here, probably close to 8 minutes.
Oh, only 8 minutes.
I do them in small increments, so it ain't too much all at once. It makes them kind of hard.
Yeah, but
spots. Weird. It's weird how it works. I don't know. Some microwave at home does a better job than the one that this one does. So.
Yeah. No, is it 800 watts, 850 watts, or something like that? We're going to watch this potato blow up.
The that's all I'm doing. I'm sorry, I have a little hard time hearing him. I'm afraid if I make this any louder, we're going to get interference.
No, that's fine. I'll talk a little bit louder. Yeah. It's probably my microphone on my computer because I'm not on my normal one.
Hello, Brown Chicken. Come up a little too if you want, man.
I can hear myself pretty well, Marto. I have no problems hearing myself.
I hope this isn't too loud. If it is, I'll hit the background noise.
Give it a go. Give it a go. Oh, I like that noise.
Oh, look at the skull right above the. Look at the skull above the microwave.
I know. I like your coffee machine.
Keurig, you know, I got a Keurig and a skull and a microwave. What else could you want?
Yeah.
Let's see. That was one of my first oil paintings I did that I learned off of YouTube. That skull there, and just how to make with real light washes, kind of mark out and sketch and scribble around, and then you just keep building it up till you get something more refined, you know.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Let's see. Just a little artwork around here.
I think that one you did with it's like a flower of some sort is quite nice. The one it's like a lily or something.
That there.
Yeah.
That was, I was studying how to do light sources, like real dark on one side and light on another. So I took photos of myself, sketched them out, and then this was mostly charcoal. And then I took an airbrush with some, probably, I don't know if I used acrylic or ink or something, and just sprayed over it, just trying to do stuff. These here are, well, this is one of my kids made in school, and these were given to me. That's acrylic. I think that's acrylic. I think all of these are acrylic. This is unfinished. This is how one looks when you just rough it in, and I haven't had time to finish it, but I still like it, so I threw it up. It'll look more refined like that eventually. That's one just out of my brain, kind of a zombie looking thing. That one's out of my brain. This is something a friend did for me and gave to me.
That's pretty
Silas
cool.
Baker. Demon Dean was my kind of like my tattoo little handle or whatever you call it. And let's see. Of course, y'all seen this before.
I think that's a really nice one. That one.
Beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's a rose I grew in my yard. I took a photo of it with the old Sony camera, digital, back when they were like 4 megapixel. And this is a print of an oil painting. And they said if you wanted to do adjustments on your prints, you could actually paint over your print and give it a little new fresh look or something a little different than the original. So each person, and I sold them, you could, I don't know, give them something a little different, a little more custom for them, be different than the other one. So you take acrylic over them and maybe do some adjustments, make them even better if you can, So that was something I experimented with on that one. It was kind of fun. But yeah.
Yes. I can't paint nothing. I can't. Yeah. I've tried painting, and if I try to paint something, it just can't. I can't paint anything. If you know what I mean. I can try even a face or a person or a hand. Somebody said draw a hand like that. I could no way draw a hand like that. Impossible.
That's hard to do.
You have to have a skill. You have to know how to do it.
It definitely takes some practice.
Yeah.
And
hey, Moto Brown Chicken wants to know, is that yellow rose a painting?
Yeah. I painted it with oils, and then I had prints made of it. That is just a print of the original painting. And so is this. This is actually a super cool one. This is a print of a skull I did, and it
oh yeah, I can see
has
that.
complementary colors. The blue and orange is opposite on the color wheel, so that's what makes them kind of poppy and come out nice. But
your tater's ready. Your tater's ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it cool down a little bit, give it a flip, and do it again.
That'd be nice. That.
Yeah.
Would be perfect. Cut it in half. What are you putting on it? Bit of cheese or a bit of tuna or
coffee.
Beans. Coffee. I'm drinking tea at the moment.
No, what are you having for your tater, Moto?
We're gonna do the. I think I have some really good butter left, and probably shredded cheddar cheese and real bacon bits.
Wow.
So
very nice.
Pretty simple.
So is it dinner time over there? Is it lunchtime?
Have you ever hulled out a big baked potato, cut it open, hull out, and fill it full of chili?
No.
Ooh,
And you
no.
take your spoon and you dip down and you get potato and chili while you're eating it.
That sounds like something you'd buy from or order from Country Kitchen back in the day. They had all kinds of. Remember, they used to make little hot souffle type things that came in like cast iron stuff, and it come out hot, and they just have different combinations of, assorted food, and they put it together and make it taste great, just like what you're talking about. The land of hot dishes, Minnesota. Hot dish.
Yeah.
As long as it keeps you going, motto, well, during the day.
Yeah.
I presume you have your lunch or dinner, or you call it, whenever you get a moment, if you're not busy, I suppose, when you get time.
That skull in the mirror. Well, yeah, it was so much reflection in here. It was really a poor display of that skull, I guess. But I actually put that in a painting show locally here, and you get to sit and listen to somebody talk about your skills or your artwork and what they thought about it, and that's how they did it. It was a judging, which was pretty neat. That kind of helps you expand, because you get to learn. Because I knew I did a really good job on it, and she didn't like the cropping, the way I cropped it and put it in the photo, and that's just her opinion, and she's a connoisseur of art, so it kind of counts, so I can learn something, but I always liked the cropping and maybe just a section or it really amplified, but that's my flavor, and that isn't what the judges are looking for. So sometimes you have to know who's going to judge your thing, and when you do art and creation, you have to take those things in consideration. So I learned something, which was cool. I got a mention or something like that. I didn't get no prize, but it was still fun.
Yeah, but there's no right or wrong in art and things, is there? Because art is in the eye of the person who sees it. It's what you see. Like I can look at something and say that's a beautiful object there, a vase or something like that, and somebody will look at it and say, "Oh, it's only a vase. It's only a green vase," and that's the difference, isn't it? It depends what you're looking for.
I was going to tell Brown Chicken, anytime you see Dave on, just add 13 hours to whatever you got. Just add 13 hours on it and give you his time.
Bam.
He's always on late at night, isn't he? And I think when he's doing his channel, he's sitting there.
It's already Wednesday over there.
Yeah, he tries to keep quiet while he's on the lives because he doesn't want to wake the other people in the house that are asleep.
Yeah.
Good on him. Yeah, I do like Dave. He's a good character, isn't he? All the people on your channels that your group, your community, they're really good people.
Robin, look at what Robin said, Bono.
Polish.
The Polish potato eater. Yeah, that's nice. I don't know what I'm going to have for my dinner. I come back from work not long back because I was working till about 4 o'clock today. I had an early day. Tomorrow I'm going to have a late day, and then I'll probably be back to 2 early days, and I'm working the weekend this Saturday and Sunday. But I got back and I've got to decide what I have to eat, really. Normally, I've got nothing in the cupboard. I have to look in the cupboard and see what I'm going to cook. It might be a frozen pizza or I got frozen pizzas in the freezer. And spaghetti and tuna it might be. Might do that. That'd be different. Splash out on the tuna and spaghetti. It's easy. It's quick. Pan, water, boil it, done. 15 minutes. I like quick food. Gets it done and out of the way.
Yeah.
That's
I think, Tom, you're about 8 hours ahead of me, aren't you? Or let me see, it's 12, 16. What time is it there?
It's 6:15 in the afternoon, so it's 6 hours ahead
of me.
6 hours ahead. That's why it's difficult sometimes. I know when your streams are on, and I know when Motto's streams on, and John's streams, because John's doing the stream now, isn't he? Retired rider and things. I know when these streams are on, but I can't always get to the streams. That's the problem. I'm either at work or I'm doing something else, and there's lots to pick from. Basically, there's lots of people live all the time. It's always very busy. There's always somebody on here. Recently, there's always somebody somewhere who's live that you can have a chat to.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is brilliant.
Look how the popularity has grown, and I got a feeling we're going to see more and more of this, of people coming on and sharing their live events with us, and getting where they got their friends and their buddies on the page, and you can go to their link and you see their best buddies and whatever. And
I was thinking what you need is you need like an intercontinental channel or something where you've got like all the different people from different parts of the world showing up on. So if I was live here, I'd have to have up in the corner here, UK and the time, and then you could have Mac yours wherever you are, the time, mottos is what time. So you can see all the different people from the different parts of the world and where they are. And that's the beauty of YouTube and things, is that it can be anywhere in the world you can have on one page. That's the most amazing thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
We got to get a clock, a moto. We maybe find a little clock and we could put it in the corner somewhere. Something that would run that way. When you look on my page, you know what time I am in my time zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if you could do that on the background. I'm gonna try and find out if it's possible for me to get a background.
Yeah.
On the StreamYards where it moves.
You could do a share screen, which I've done before when I was experimenting and doing those silent lives to gain some watch hours for my channel, because that's how some people do it. But I don't do that no more. I would put up on through the night. I would go, put in the clock or whatever count, and so it had the time when people knew where it was when they was watching me, where it was, and then you had different international whatever clock conversions and time. So you can look that up and you can do a share screen, which takes away from, I guess, if we want to see ourselves better, or if somebody else does wonder who the heck we are. But that's the only way I would know how to do that, unless you had an actual mechanical, like you and your train. That would be so awesome to see that in the background once in a while. That'd be cool if it actually blew out some steam and stuff,
I do like is it
Dave had it pictured. My train was doing a lot more animation and stuff, but no, it just sits up there. That thing has been hanging there for about 25 years, right there in that spot.
Gotta be kidding! Wow,
is it a cuckoo clock? What they call a cuckoo clock, where a train comes out of like a door and goes back in a door, or is it just
this train just has an audio system on it, and every hour and hour a different steam train either pulls into the station or pulls out of the station. And how you know he's coming in, you hear his brakes squeaking, and then when he's going out, you hear the air releasing on the brake. And it turns off.
But it's an electronic sound, is it? It's not done by bellows or anything. You know the old cuckoo clocks where you had a bird and things, and they had bellows and things that made all the noise. Is it a traditional cuckoo clock, or is it a electronic clock?
I used to have the most beautiful cuckoo clock that was made in the Black Forest of Germany over there, and that thing would come out and do its little thing and then go back in. But eventually the works got where it quit working, and of course I couldn't get no parts for it, so we got rid of that one. And I had a bird clock. It was in her room over there. The bird clock, every hour would be a different bird, 12 birds a day.
Wow.
Literally could tell what time it was by the sound out here and coming off the clock.
That's smart.
I didn't see the clock.
They're probably worth a lot of money then now if you had one of them things. I've never heard of that one.
The bird clock, it's all the different birds of North America.
Wow. I was watching your live stream with I think it was your live stream when they started talking about birds, and they're talking about the wingspan of birds, like an albatross and that. And they were saying that one of the crane was like a wingspan of 14 foot or something. Remember during your live, you were talking about birds?
Yeah, we were. Several of us was talking about it. One guy said he saw a red-headed crane that had a very large wings on it.
Yes, yeah.
Now, you know, the American vulture, that thing can have a very big, like the albatross, a very wide wingspan. No, they get really big.
They do look big, yeah. No, I heard something on there. I didn't know exactly what it was because I do listen to the streams sometimes after they've gone live. I do listen to them and see what, check out what you're up to, basically. Make sure you're okay.
Make sure I'm still here.
Oh, yeah, you'll be here for a long time.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah.
You're still here. Yeah, you will be for a while, for sure.
I will
Anyway.
till I run out of Bailey's.
Do you like my new jacket, though? This is the new trend in the UK. It's the reflective fleece jacket. Everybody wants one.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Everybody
love
wants.
That's like a first responder's coat here, right, Moto?
That's kind of what it looked like, or like traffic when they're out. VDOT, they called it here, Virginia Department of Transportation.
Yeah.
And they monitor the roads and they help people. And like if you stall, they'll come out. And always wearing that type of garb. You know, that you need to be seen when you're out there. It's the same when we're riding. Like,
well, this one here, I actually ride under my. I've got the textile jacket and trousers.
yeah.
And I wear my clothes on. This is what I've come back from work. This is my work coat here, my work top. I wear the fleece
Quite
on
like
top,
yours, but it's close.
and then I put the textile jacket on top, textile trousers, and all I've done is come home, took my jacket and trousers off, and this is what it looked like. Oh, that's a nice one, red. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's a back protector, isn't it?
Yeah, wear that underneath. That does the torso and all that.
Yeah, you need that definitely.
Yeah, it came
Well
free
worth
with
having.
my R1s. The guy gave it to me when he sold me the motorcycle.
That's brilliant.
So,
yeah.
Moto, you got a yellow jacket right behind the door there. You got a yellow jacket there, Moto.
yeah, that's what I just showed you. It said it's kind of like,
No, but I didn't have my camera over it. There you go.
yeah, it's kind of like it
Black and
Very
yellow.
similar. Yeah.
got the elbow and some protection here.
Yeah, you need that definitely.
The liner on the inside that you can take out, and it's got ring around the neck. You know, that's where the helmet always rubs when I turn my head.
Yep.
But yeah, it's a great jacket. You know, you can open it all up and get all the air you need if you want, and be seen.
My Harley jacket's got the same mark on the collar. It's where the back of my helmet is moving, and I'm always constantly moving my head. So, if you're riding, you got to move that head if you're going to stay alive.
We talked about that yesterday when I was out on the freeway. You watched all that moving. I'm like bobbing my head all the time, you know.
I've noticed something when I'm typing in a comment, it seems to be coming up double for some reason. I don't know why. If I type in a comment, I'm getting double comments all the time. Weird. Or what?
I'm only seeing one comment at a time.
Oh, good. I can see two on my side chat. I can see two every time I do one. It's weird.
Oh, they are double. Yes, they are double. There's one right here.
Yeah. Or am I seeing things? Should I wear a different pair of glasses or something? Because am I seeing things? Hang on a minute.
Oh, it is a double.
It might stop doing it. I don't know why it's doing it, but
Yeah, they're both exactly the same time print. 12:24, 12:24.
I've just noticed it happening. It's dead weird. So what are you getting up to this afternoon then, Mac? Because your day is still going, isn't it? You've got a bit more of the day left.
Well, we're gonna get our trip planned up for tomorrow. We're gonna take a ride tomorrow, and it's gonna be a beautiful, longer day. The weather is gonna be better. Thursday is a better day, but we decided we'd do Wednesday ride, and I'll do a Thursday mowing. I need to mow my place, probably the last mowing of the season.
Have you got a ride-on mower, or just use a push one?
I got a riding mower. It's a V-twin Kohler engine.
That's not a mower. That's
6-speed automatic, and it's got everything's automatic on it. They got them with fuel injection and all that. It's a Cub Cadet, and my God, that thing can cut. I can go wide open up in my 6th gear and cut really good. When I get up to the top of the hill, the grass is thinner up there because the water is always running away from the hill. Down at the bottom, my grass gets so lush and thick that I have to pull back a little bit on the speed. As I pull my foot back, I just slow down, but the engine stays at 3,600 RPM.
Yeah.
And you can cut a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I haven't got a garden for. I wouldn't have a lawnmower. I've only got like the front garden is all paved, the back garden's all paved, and the only thing I have to sort out is weeds coming through the pavement. And that's with a, I think you call them weed whackers over there, but we call them strimmers.
Spinners, okay.
Strimmer, STRIMMER, strimmer.
Okay.
But I've heard weed whacker names and other names that you call them over there. Some when I first heard that name, I didn't know what it was until somebody explained to me a weed whacker is what a strimmer does. I think
I've got everything. I've switched everything all over the electric. My chainsaw is electric. My hedge trimmer is electric. Everything I've got is basically electric now. I've got a big charging system here on the wall, and these big batteries. You can run the chainsaw for like 2.5 hours, cutting really good, serious cutting, and before you have to worry about replacing batteries. But I got 3 other batteries for it.
Do your batteries interchangeable with all your equipment? So all your equipment.
Yeah, I use the same brand, so I can change use the same battery. Yeah, I've got a weed whacker or a weed eater or a trimmer or whatever I use. It's electric.
Yeah.
And it really works good.
They are very handy. But the only thing with battery ones I found is if you don't use, over here, if I had a strimmer which was battery or power tools and things, and you don't use them for a period of time, you find the batteries go bad sometimes. And
really?
You come to use them, the batteries are no good. You have to use them all the time. If you've got battery tools, make sure you use them or discharge them, use them, discharge and use them. Otherwise, they won't last.
Yep.
Yeah, these LiPo batteries, they don't want you to go below 2 volts or whatever. There's a period where they'll go into a dormant stage, and then you can fix it quite a bit more to get them back to life. Yeah. I've been dealing with LiPo batteries. Have you ever shot a LiPo battery?
Yes, I have. I've done a few. We just because I fly model airplanes, when you get a dodgy battery, they swell, and when they swell, they're pretty knackered, really. So we charge them up and whack them with nailing them or something. They catch fire.
Yeah, oh, you've seen that. I've shot one out there. I made a video of me shooting it, and when I shot the thing, oh, why! I mean, all of the fumes were unbelievable bad off that thing, and it burned everything up.
Yeah,
it was a fairly large LiPo battery I shot, and it was from a drone, and yeah, it made a big fire. So you can see if one caught on fire, it can burn your house down.
Yeah, they're saying like battery cars and things like that. If you've got a battery car, you have to be careful where you put them in garages and that, because if you have a fault on a battery car and it catches fire, which they can do, your house will burn down basically. Yeah. And also another thing with battery cars, which people have found out, especially in Florida and places like where they've had the floods, is once you get the salty water onto the connection to the battery and things, the batteries explode. Or don't explode, they burn out, basically, catch fire. I've heard that. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but salty water conducts. And if you put one of them big batteries off a Tesla or something in the water, it's going to short out.
Are you?
Sure.
Okay. Huh? Oh, hey guys, I'm gonna give it about 3 more minutes. I'd like to see Moto finish his tater, but the little woman over here, she said, "It's time to eat."
Yeah.
Look here what he's eating. Come here. Hey, hold on. Show the little woman here what you're eating.
Looks really nice and tasty, that.
Yeah.
Really
nice. Baked potato.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, that looks
good. Did you put cheese on that, Martin?
Yeah.
You did, yeah. Looks really nice.
Yeah.
No, I'm working on it.
I'm gonna work 3 more minutes. I'm gonna get off. I've been on almost 5 hours. So
have you been on 5 hours?
That's awesome.
I've been on 4 hours and 58 minutes and 17 seconds.
Wow.
Hey, I'm not tired. Listen to this. Life must go on, and I've already had 2 potty breaks, and Yeah, we've had a lot of visitors, and somebody asked me, they go, "My God, how could you talk?" He said, "I came in and you guys were talking, and I came back 4 hours later and you were still talking."
Yeah. Well, I have trouble on my lives. I only do mine for about an hour or just under an hour, as near as I can, because after an hour, I can't think of what else to talk about. I run out of things to talk about. How people keep it going for 5 hours is quite incredible, really. I think.
It depends upon your roving guests that come in, like
Yeah.
you had Dave for a good chunk of the morning. Then
Yeah.
I came in a little bit
Yeah.
later. Ray came in,
Yeah,
John,
that's
and
true.
you. So it's always gets refreshed. And then,
Yeah.
there's Mac. He's going to spend some time with you. And we appreciate
Yeah.
you, Mac. That's cool.
Hey, come on, there's three of us here. We are to sing to Dave over. He's trying to go to sleep. Soft kitty, warm kitty.
Did you say kid or
Kitty, on that Big Bang show, Sheldon, the only way he could go to sleep, his mama had to sing to him, soft kitty,
Yeah.
warm.
I can imagine you like that program, Mac.
I do.
Yeah.
The reason being is Sheldon is a kind of guy.
He's a very
that
well educated.
I've known so many people like Sheldon.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, there's a good show that's on in Canada. It's off now. It's called Passing Through. If you right on YouTube, go up there and look at Passing Through. It's about two boys from Prince Edward Island trying to make it all the way to Alberta. And they was on for a couple of years. There was only 12 segments of it. There are 6 in each season. And I'm going to tell you, you get hooked on that and you start watching it. And the funniest thing I'm telling you, see, the Prince Edward Island is right over there by Two Befores country, right over at Nova Scotia. Right up there is Prince Edward Island. And the people from PEI, they're really proud of PEI. Yeah. Their heritage. They're like rednecks. I ain't kidding you. PEI is like Alabama's rednecks. It's a Trailer Park Boys. It's adult version of Trailer Park Boys.
Brilliant.
Well, have you ever seen Trailer Park
Boys? I don't have a telly, and I very rarely watch any television programs at all. I have no telly in my room or my house.
You see it on your computer. YouTube on your computer.
I only do YouTube and programming and bits and pieces I do elsewhere, not
same here.
And I find that takes up enough of my time, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I have other things to do. I have my planes and I do a bit of rowing and running and stuff. So my bikes, there's too many things I have to do. So you can't fit them all in life. You got to do a little bit of everything, to be honest, I think.
Well, in 2 or 3 days, we did all 12 segments and we got it all completed, the whole series.
Oh,
and
when I retire, Mac, yes, I probably will, but I can't at the moment. I'm limited. A bit like Motto as well. I presume Motto as well. He has to work as well, and it's good that Motto, when he's at work, he's showing the videos of him working and things. That's quite clever, and I think it's a good idea to do while you're working too. I couldn't do that with what I do.
Yeah.
Because I would get into trouble. But showing people in my factory, me changing all the lines and doing stuff, they wouldn't want anybody else knowing what I do, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's the way of the life world, I'm afraid. I could do lots of
Moto, have you ever done any of his challenges? Have you ever done any Cam's challenge?
No, but I think about it all the time, doing all the right turns and all the left turns.
Yeah, I've done both. My left and rights work the same. I leave out here and turn left, and I go all the way around. It takes me 20 or so minutes, but I can make it the whole way around. Listen to this. I go in 3 different counties doing this. Blount County, Coleman County, and Walker County. You make that circle and you go back the other way. It's all left-hand turns, but I end up right here, back here.
Brilliant.
Are you doing that in pretty urban areas as well, Kime? You're pretty
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't do what I think. If I went out and did one here, the minimum is about 6 miles you can do, and you go in a lot of lefts to do it, because our roads aren't like yours, big straight roads with turn left and turn left. We can't do that here. It's a bit more difficult. But it's
Yeah.
just a little bit of fun, and no, you've got to do things which are a little bit different. That's all. And I thought, what I'm going to do, just go and do a left-hand turn, only see if it's possible, and it was.
All right. Before you guys go, I mean, it's not a big deal, but to me, it just dawned on me. The guy I rode with yesterday rides very slow and on purpose, Larry. And he wanted to be behind us because he was afraid I was going to go too fast, you know, which I kept very like right on all the speed limits for us and for him, so I didn't lose him back there. But he stayed really far back. He's got this thing which I've seen on my insurance called Drive Wise.
Yeah.
If you sign up for it, they monitor, you know, your driving habits, and all of a sudden I'm like, gosh, man, that time I want to, you know, do something.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to be like, they're going to see my stuff. My insurance probably go way up, but that's what he does. And he gets like, he tries to get that excellent score, you know, all the time, and it shows him. So you can't follow too close. You can't break no speed limits.
We have that here, but it's normally for learner drivers. If you just pass your test, you can get insurance. Normally it'd be about £3,000. But with the black box, you get it reduced to £1,000, and if they fine you for bits and pieces,
you go like really in a way, it would be kind of nice if we all were subject to that. You know, if you're tailgating, if you're whatever, you're getting, you're going to pay for that. You know, if all of us were kind of scanned that way, we'd probably have a little bit more courteous driving, possibly, or maybe angrier. Who knows? But
I think what you'll find is with the advent of electric cars, everything being electric and everything being internet connected, everything being controlled by variable, you can actually drive now on with your sat nav, and it automatically slows your car, speeds your car up, and everything else. Eventually, let's say another 10 years time or so, that's the way all cars will work, and it'll be a common. But with them black boxes, by the way, if you have a black box, and your insurance company wants you to have a black box, if for some reason you wanted to speed, all you have to do is get some silver foil. You wrap it around the actual box and the transmitter, and it won't send any signals out while you do a little bit of speed, then open it back up again.
Yeah.
Faraday cage around your your little transmitter.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you something, guys. My son got a DUI, driving under the influence. And the state sentenced him to take the machine in his car. When he blew into it, it sent a digital telemetry to them and gave him the approval to be on the road. And when he got a go signal, then he could drive. It wouldn't even go in gear or nothing until he cleared. Once he got the clear symbol, then he could drive. I think he had to do that for like 2 years or whatever, and then his record is good. But oh my gosh, I had to be awful to be, well, guys like me, like outlaw guys like me, it would be hard to survive in that kind of environment. Like me and Ray, occasionally we like to make the machine run just a little bit faster than the speed limit. Occasionally. Just a little bit, not much now. It's not our lifestyle, but
I know
we have to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we all have to have a little bit of fun every now and then.
Whew.
Well, you did well, Mark. Oh, you've got it all by the looks of it. What are you having for your tea, Mac, or your lunch?
I usually eat the skin, but today, sometimes, you know, when they're crunchy or they're a little chewy, or you get one that's a little green, you never know, and it's just like.
Yeah.
The skin is the best part, Mark.
I know it is. And I usually I like to eat it, but if it ain't right, I'm not doing it.
No.
Usually, like the skin gets all soaked up with butter. Boy, that's some good eating then. But you run across them green spots.
You see how glossy it's glossy too. It's very,
yeah.
you see the gloss that
You did well.
Takes on a great shine.
I'm gonna try a piece of it, but before it would be like I don't know how to explain it.
Well, buddy, I stuck with you through your tater. I hate to go. You just got here.
Pleasure to be on your channel.
Woman, she came in and reminded me we have a schedule to the kitchen.
Wonderful.
And so, we'll say good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Yep.
And David, I think David's finally went to sleep. But we got links. Look here, Queen of Dixie, biker girl. Is
Hello,
she coming
Queen of Dixie.
through Is she coming through your link? No, you're not linked up, Moto. So he's Queen of Dixie, Biker Girl, is coming through Dave.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, she's coming through Dave.
If Dave fell asleep with it on and running it to help you with some watch hours, possibly, then maybe
Yep,
that's what he's doing.
Said he's going to leave it.
I know he's
Well,
so
that's what a good guy.
Well,
I know
hello.
he's very protective of you and others, that he might not do that in fear of anything from his audience being, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what I mean.
And so I don't know. It's possible, but hey, how you doing, Queen of Dixie, Biker Girl? Awesome
Welcome.
to see you. Looking
Yeah,
good.
welcome to Old Mack's channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Well, I'm going to disappear.
I'd hook up if I could, but it's like, let me see here. Yeah, I'd have to go sign in on my phone and.
Yeah, I'm the same. I can't link to that because I've got I can't get any. You know where you get the spanner type. You can't get any info on that one. But
Look here, Con. She's up in Tennessee.
Tennessee. Oh, so you're
Queen of Dixie. She's right above me.
yeah.
I'm down here in the heart of Dixie in Alabama. And she's just right up there.
Wow. I would have no idea where Tennessee was compared to where you are, Matt, because
right above me.
yeah, it means nothing to me. If it was in the UK, I would tell you no problem, but here I
wouldn't know nothing.
No. Anyway, I'm going to disappear, Mac. I really thank you for your stream.
Thank you very much. I gotta go. I gotta go please the little woman in here that has come by twice now with a friendly reminder, and
Yeah.
she had that look like next time I come in here, I'm gonna get serious with you.
You're going to get a clip round the ear roll. So go and get your dinner.
She's mean to a senior. Motobomb knows how mean she treats me so bad. Sometimes it's
pathetic,
sure.
man. I don't know how you put up with that.
Is this? I'm trying to give a sad look.
Yeah, that's sad enough.
You're tough. You're tough.
Yes. All right. Go and enjoy your dinner, and I'll see you all next time.
Bye bye, Cam. Moto, you got your tater eat. Queen of Dixie, me and my husband Christian are biker cows. Oh, well, hey, we're bikers. Everybody in this page here are bikers. So
right. Yeah, I found Queen Dixie. I had to go on Dave's channel to find her.
Yeah. She's on Dave's channel. Yeah.
Oh,
but then she's over on my channel over here in Alabama.
I shall check it out and find the link and sub to Dixie if I can find
it. Check your email. She said, check and hello, Mac from Frogzilla.
Yeah, there.
Well, guys, if I get started in with Frog and all these other, that I'm going to be in trouble. So let me do this. This will make it less painful for everybody. Everybody give a hand wave.
Okay.
Bye.
Y'all come back now, you hear?
All right. See you later.
set up. Right now, I'm getting ready to text her